Hello, Toz. Sup, gamer? Not much. Just getting some stuff prepared. Have to finish creating this tier list I'm doing. Because I had to make this thing from scratch because nobody else had it that I could find. Hello, I see. Omen, oh whoa. Speaking of Omen and Valorant, I watched Valorant's most recent trailer. That was cinematic as hell, and it actually made me want to play the game again. I'm not going to because I know how that's going to go. It's going to end up with me and my ass on the floor, so not doing that. I saw. Dude, I'm glad Viper got some love. So cinematic, it was. It is wicked. It makes the game feel intriguing. But then when you actually boot up the game itself, which I did, just to see if there was anything, couldn't find jack.
Damn, baby.
Other than like the main menu screen looking different, there was nothing changed. Which, you know, kind of sucks, but they're good at doing that.
Hey now, say now, mother by my yin. Big face Buddha, get my piece
I love Viper, my girl. Viper's awesome.
Let the honorary walk for the win, for the win. You crash out, then you better break the backboard. I got friends hoping that they make the tabloids. You know the last one figure, he was Magneto. You play God, you gon' get what you asked for. We got the same 24, what you mad for? I put a square on his back like I'm Jack Dorsey. It's high beams if I make a public appearance. Go back to hiding cause I'm not too friendly with niggas. 1,000, 2, 1,004. The black Noah, I just strangled me a goat. I walked in with a therapeutic flow. Put a few hundred up, let him go, let him go. Hey now, say now.
People are so mean about it. They really are, and for what?
Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
I don't understand why people are just mean in general. What are you getting out of making other people, like putting other people down? Like, what do you get out of that? I don't get it.
Hey now, say now.
First mistake is playing Valorant. You're on to something. You really are. It is a really big mistake. If you're into that type of game, then sure, but would not recommend. Like, I think playing it with friends, that's one thing, though. But if you're solo queuing Valorant, that is like, oh boy. Playing the best FPS in this generation? Ooh, what would that be? A new pistol? I'm curious, because I'm good with pistols in Valorant. I saw it is a pistol. It's right next to the sheriff in the weapon catalog. The finals, it's goated. I have heard of the finals. I have not seen. That's a lie. I've seen one person play it, but I don't remember it at all. My bestie Cookie was like amazed how good I am with pistols. Dude, like Deagles and that, I'm not that great at them, and like non-FPS games, but in FPS games like the Sheriff, I can be kind of gross. One of my favorite clips of me streaming Valorant is me getting a double head tap with the Sheriff, and one of them was a flick. I'll have to pull that clip up because I love it so much.
My torpedo even jumped out on smokers.
If you want to try, I'd be down to play it. Both miserable. Is it on Steam?
I'm aggressive on the beat and real life niggas know. Hey, I tatted up my body in the pen level 4. Hey, I showed up a knife
Easy.
and came out to a blow. My bitch can get to tweaking like she playing with her nose.
I think the most challenging thing about Siege, unironically, is just how many characters there are. It's got to be so hard to learn like what every character does, you know, because there's so many and they all look pretty similar. They're all, you know, standard military-esque uniforms for the most part.
Baby ass fat, can you do it? Can you back it up? Kick flip a nigga, I got tech decks, and it ain't shit for me to call to get your chin checked. Tell him Dodie did that.
I'm now looking for this Valorant clip because I miss it. Ubisoft is just so bad. I'm sorry for your loss. It's still a good game. I will say, yeah, there are some things on Ubisoft that do really confuse me with their decision making. Game-wise, I think game-wise they do a good job. Like, in terms of gameplay with how they have their stuff, but just, I remember when I was trying to play Uno, it was miserable trying to get all that set up. If they can handle like the accessibility part of things, I can like it. Game-wise, they want comp players in every game and only appeal to them. Yeah, games like that, I'd say so. Yeah, Uno sucks, but they can't fix that. I mean, true. It's fun though, when you're playing it with friends, because it's just a rage fest and it's so funny. Oh, I love it. I love it for that. Like, Uno with friends is fun. If you're solo queuing Uno, you're not having fun. Yeah, I feel like Siege, like, the longer you go without playing it, the harder it's going to get for sure. Gosh, why can't I find this clip? Gosh, I didn't realize how many DVD clips I have. Oh, here it is. I found it. For Honor is PP Kaka. I feel like the only people that like For Honor are the people that have been playing it forever. I feel like it's a game where it's like, I've heard people have tried playing it and they just hate it. I have so many clips, oh my gosh. One of these days I should do a stream just watching all my bigger clips. I think that'd be funny. I feel like a decent chunk of them are me just clipping them when I think I'd do something cool in a game though. Alright. Going out of the game is ass. That's valid. Alright. Let me pull this up. Alright. I just want to pull this clip up for old time's sake, just to show, like, my love for this frickin' gun right here. Your opinion's your opinion, doesn't really mean much to me. Yeah, some people hate it, some people like it, you know. I think, you know, if you like a game a lot, but, you know, somebody else doesn't like it, that's fine. I think what I don't like is sometimes, you know, I will be a really big fan of a said game, but then there will be a bunch of people that will be hating on it, and then they'll put me down for liking said game. It's like, I don't like that, you know. I I like this game. You don't have to like it, but you know, no need to shame people for liking said game. That part of it I don't like. Oh shoot! Ignore Vecna. All right. Hold on. Let me pause the music. I just want to watch this clip real quick. When did I do? 2 years ago. Clean double tap. Gosh. I remember this, but I haven't seen this probably in 2 years. This is when I was still like learning this shiz. Oh! It's that second shot that's... Ooh. Ooh. Man. I'm addicted to DBD and want to succeed so bad. Addicted to DBD is so sad. I'm in the same boat. I was mad addicted to it, but I think 2025 DBD, honestly, I'm kind of glad the game fell off in 2025 because it allowed me to branch out and play a bunch of different games. Yeah, 2 years. Isn't that insane? That means it's been 2 years since I've had a PC, at least. Yeah, here's the clip again, but like, I really Valorant Siege is a little worse to me. I think it's like that kind of... I don't know. Valorant and Siege are like two games that like... Yeah, in terms of like shooter-esque games, those two and Overwatch to an extent really get the short end of the stick, I feel. DBD is dog shit. Oh yeah, right now it's not that great. I feel like this current chapter, though, is really good. I think, you know, if you take this chapter and put it aside and look at the game for what it is right now, there are so many gameplay flaws and whatnot. And, like, for example, the medkit syringe changes was terrible. You got exhaustion crap going berserker. I'm good at DBD, but it's such a shit game. I installed that shit. Yeah, I'd say I'm decent at Valorant, but I don't play it anymore because I just don't like the game as much as I used to. You know, there was a moment, I see you remember it because you were here, but I was like hard addicted to this game for like 6 months. And then I just started feeling miserable whenever I played it. I would play like 2 games, then I would like get off stream, or I would switch to something else immediately. You know? But yeah, look at all these clips, dude. Oh my Christ. And it just keeps going. Like, one of these days, I need to go on stream and watch them. Like, we've scrolled down so far, and, you know, some of these clips still have over 10 plus views. That's insane to me. Like, holy crap. Like, in some of these, I know what some of these clips are. I think this one, this was when I reacted to the Streamer Awards of 2023, I want to say. And a certain joke was made, and I think I was doing this with a buddy Doink, and she made a joke that was super out of pocket. We're like, oh my god. This clip I put on TikTok because I genuinely thought it was funny and unhinged. It was this game called Kindergarten, and this kid Nugget was like, I think he was sniffing someone's chair, and then the teacher stole his poem, and it was just really weird. No, literally, I remember. Yeah. But yeah, people have... I think the beauty of gaming as a whole, by the way, is that people have such different varying tastes. Like, Toes, for you, example, you really like DBD, but you don't like Siege or Valorant. Icy, on the other hand, doesn't like DBD, but she enjoys... Or they enjoy... they enjoy Valorant and Siege, you know? So, I think that's such a beauty of gaming. Not everyone's going to like the same thing, and there's so many different fan bases because of it. And gaming as a whole is able to branch out and to do so many different and unique things, you know? I think that is really awesome. Anyway. Oh, Senpai's live. Um, yeah. What else is here? Is there anything off the top of my head I remember? Again, I think this is like one of my first times playing Bucky, and I think I got like a 5K or a 6K. This one I remember because I put Yu-Gi-Oh music on in the background. I'm gonna watch this one really quick. This one and this clip. Okay, this clip is just this one's just funny because I remember these two guys, this Nia and Claudette, were definitely not the greatest at the game, and I definitely did some bullying. There's so many different fan bases. There really is. There's some people that are into, big time story games. Like that's all they play. They love the story. Then you have some people that are in the FPS side. Then you have people that are in the asymmetrical world, you know. And then you have some people that are in the chill, calm world like Animal Crossing. They have the platform gamers. Then you have the fighting gamers. Like there's so many different branches to gaming as a whole, and I love it so much. My BF got me a drawing tablet for Christmas. I'm waiting to get this 3-in-1 cable for it tomorrow. Ooh. I want to see a picture of that. Oh, is it? I keep pressing spacebar and it doesn't want to work. Yeah. Is it the Claudette? No, it's the Nia. Nia steps in one trap. And then it resets because of an add-on I have.
Uh-oh.
Stinky. And then she vaults this.
Poopies, buddy, poopies.
Thank you for the stinky. Oh, you have RPG gamers as well. So boom, she steps into a third trap, and then and then she just steps into a third trap.
I'm done.
Like just absolutely violated that woman. That sounds bad. I shouldn't say. Then this Claudette is just like, God damn.
Yeah, you can't save that. Boop me, I'm a bear.
Oh yeah, because it's Freddy Fazbear. And then, yeah, watch this Fall Guys clip, then we'll get into a tier list. Let me see. Sometimes you get pulled into different ones. Like I taught my BF to play CJ, he's going to teach me TFT at some point. I installed League, I'm officially stinky. You installed League! Okay. Hot take. It's fine for everyone to like different things. If you genuinely like League, then there is something wrong with you. These are just the facts. It is universal that League equals stinky. League is yes. League, that is something where it's just like, that game is just bad. In the sense of like, it is the degenerate game. It's cool to have so many different games for sure. And Overwatch definitely lost my loyalty when they made 2. Oh, for sure. I used to love playing Overwatch. But then Overwatch 2 came, and while yes, you can say it's a better game, objectively speaking, it plays better, games feel more fluent. It definitely caused a big divide. It's to play TFT. Lol, I'm not playing League. No, yeah, that's fine. I heard TFT is actually fine. It's League where it's like, ugh. Alright. Also, hello, Andy. Andy Waldo. But yeah, we'll watch this Fall Guys clip because I just think, I don't know why I decided to put the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel music on, but I did.
Fall Guys, baby.
And I had my mic turned up like to the max as well. So I'm like pretty loud if I remember. The freaking Yu-Gi-Oh music. The worst part is it's fitting too, you can't lie. I'm gonna play WWE. That's another game too.
Hey!
God, when was this? 2 years ago? Yeah, now my Fall Guys won't even work. Which sucks, because this was one of the few games I was actually pretty solid at. I'm the big cheese, bro. You, my BF, wants me to stay away from League? Okay. Good man.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
Yeah, we're gonna turn that down there, side. You need to chill out, buddy. It's just Fall Guys. It's just Fall Guys, man. Why are you screaming like that? Come on, chill, bro. Alright, anyway. Today, we're doing a tier list. Shocker. We never do any of these. Miss having 2 tanks. 2 tanks. Oh yeah, in Overwatch, dude. Yeah, I feel like one of the main reasons they did that is that so even in what's it called non-roll queue, the goats comp is not something that can happen. A beer list. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care for beer. I think sometimes it tastes just funky. I don't know. Like
Hey, friend.
I dig alcohol, but it's just like I don't know. There's something about beer where it's like not a big fan. Let's go side and Falk. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, at the Valo clip where I timed it right in Valo. Yes. Oh my god. I think I have that on my TikTok. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Ooh, excuse me. I just borped. Oh yeah, I titled it Twitch chat has. Oh my gosh, my hair looks awful in here. Who told me to cut my hair? Who said that was a good idea? Oh my god, I have the goofy ass music onto it as well. Alright, yeah. Here, we'll watch this. This one is also funny. So, this game, I think this was comp, and I had 2 teammates, that were just running at people with their melee out. And what they would do is they would just shoot like the whole clip of their gun, throw it on the ground to get other people on their team to pick it up. And when they pick it up, they would just steal the gun they just dropped and waste all the ammo in it as well. So they would waste everyone's ammo and then just run at the team with their knives. It was so just unbelievable. And this moment came from it. I don't drink, so I want to know. I'm a clean man. That's fair. I don't care for drinking. Not my thing. Yeah, I used to be big in drinking. I'm not gonna lie. I had a problem. And you know, I think one of the people to thank for this is Raylene. Raylene actually helped me with my drinking. She didn't know it, but she helped me out with that because, like I said, I used to be bad about it. But I'll occasionally, you know, I'll get some wine from time to time, some vodka, an old-fashioned. Dude, my uncle makes a mean old-fashioned, let me tell you. But, yeah. Alcohol is not something I really partake in anymore. If it's there and I know I'm going to be safe, yeah, I'll drink it. I'm a casual drinker once in a while. Yeah, I'm a casual drinker now, too. Got a double knife kill once as Reyna in a 1v2. Oh my god, that reminds me of something. Like, it wasn't in a dire situation, but on my birthday, I got a double knife kill on stream, and I remember I just burst out laughing. Alright, anyway. But yeah, dude, knife kill on Reyna 2, fire. Alright, let's watch this clip of Andy, like, perfectly timing a sound alert. Like, look at them. Like, it's just perfect. He goes in, hits them in the face, it doesn't kill, and then he gets punished immediately for it, and Andy puts the frickin' J. Jonah Jameson wheeze. It is so funny. Like, look at the shit. Hiya! It is like...
You serious?
Then, you serious? Like, dude. I think genuinely, to this day, that might be the best timing anyone has ever had on my stream in terms of a sound alert. Like, DZ has had some good jump scares here and there. And I know Kamui's done, I think, 2 or 3 that were pretty good as well. But this, it was just also hilarious. Like, Andy, did you click the random sound alert button, or did you actually choose that one? Do you remember? It was funny because I think they had snipers, and they both ran at me, and I got them both. Oh, that's hilarious. I chose that one? Okay. So you just randomly decided to choose the J. Jonah Jameson laugh, and it ended up syncing up perfectly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, dude, I did... When's the last time I posted to TikTok? When was this video? Oh boy. You guys can't see this too well, but it says January 15th, 2025. Oh boy. And you know this is old because I said hopefully TikTok won't shut down in the US. Oh man. That's how you know this is old. Oh. Oh man. Oh jeez. Should I, guys, be honest? Should I upload more to TikTok? Also, why does my deep D harassment video have 3.7 thousand views? Why is that my most viewed video? Me talking about toxicity. Oh man. I just posted on my art one today. I need to actually go on TikTok. When I do go on TikTok, I watch like 2 videos, then I turn off the app. Ugh. What was my first movie? This was when I was on Xbox, 2023, March 23rd. Wow, okay. Yeah, this was when I was on Xbox, and this was when I was playing with my friend Monica. I haven't talked to Monica in over a year. I miss that woman. She was hilarious. Yeah, you can tell this is old because I have Overwatch 2 clips on here as well. Like a good chunk of them. Oh my god, I remember this game. I just was miserable.
Dead by Daylight be like.
Was this against a Legion? Yes, it was. It was against a freaking anti-heal Legion, and I just was so miserable. So, I let out this... a whole 30 seconds I was doing that. I don't think I could do that now. I don't think my voice would allow me to do that. I really don't. Is there any on here that were like offline clips? I don't think so. Oh, I want to watch this clip too. Playing TC for the first time. Dude, I got... Who was here for this? Who was here for the first time I played Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Be honest. Because if you were here, you know I was such a little bitch during this. I was so scared. When's your next OF post? I mean TikTok video? I said when I hit 1,000 followers, I'll make a freaking OnlyFans. That's a promise. Oh man. Almost done with that big painting. Wicked. I want to see it when it's done so badly. One time in OW2, in Elimination, I sniped a Widow with my rocket as Pharah. Hold on. You sniped a Widow with a rocket? If you have a clip of that, I want to see it.
For the first time.
Oh yeah, I was freaking out.
Get away from me! Stop!
So I was so scared, dude. Freaking Totes Factory in the background. Why did I choose this song? Dude. Oh. Yes, I do. Oh. Wicked. I'll have to find it. I have the pink sauce on here as well. Who remembers the pink sauce? Oh my god, dude. Drank 2 bottles of that crap, man. 2 bottles. And I took a huge swig of that thing. Oh my god, just looking at me do that in this little frame right here. Oh, I can taste it in my mouth again. Pause, that sounds bad. Jarvis, delete that. What else we got? Oh, I let out a horrifying screech here.
So
This is my first match ever against Chucky. First ever game.
Chucky.
I had no idea what he really did. I should like bring back pink sauce? No. Please, Andy, no. I don't want to do that. DBD moments, but I lose my mind with every clip. Oh yeah, I remember this. It started off with me like kind of wrecking Chucky there with Head On, and then there's a DC from Skull Merchant. Hold on, I want to watch this.
Sorry,
Is this
Chuck.
what? Yeah, Legend of Zelda is the shop.
That's crazy, guys. I lagged out.
Oh yeah, dude, I remember this. Diz was in here, and I was just randomly chatting with him, and I completely ignored the fact that this was a Wraith. And he just rocks my shit.
Feels like me.
And he gets greedy trying to hit Michaela.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus!
Oh yeah, this game, there was like so many bugs happening. I was just freaking out.
You don't know what a hook is. You don't know what a hook is. Don't do that. No, that's not a hook. That's not a hook. That's not a hook.
Then I literally, dude, I hurt myself so badly. I genuinely hurt my back. I fell like right on like the dead center of my back, and it hurt so bad. Why is the music louder than the game? It's a TikTok. Okay, I'll look at it. It's a good question. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I don't know, cause I made all of these on my phone. Every single one of these, I freaking edited and uploaded on my phone. So I don't know. That might be the reasoning. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me copy the link. Oh, this is how you know this is an older clip. You have your old name on here. Oh my gosh, you're playing as Flora.
Got one.
That's not far, that's Flora.
Oh, I got two.
Dude, let me tell you something. Hitting shots like that is so nice. Like, cause you're not on, like, there's also kind of a harder shot to hit with someone like Farah. Because one, you're not in the air. You're not just shooting down at him. You're shooting like freaking Junkrat, but you know, a worse Junkrat at that point. You know, so hitting shots like that is so nice. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I'm gonna show you a clip, and Andy is going to love this one. Andy, this one's for you. Do you guys remember one of my very first? I don't know if this is my first stream. One of my first streams, though. My pink headset that I always used to wear, the microphone for it broke. So I had to resort to using my webcam mic. And I decided, you know what? I should play a scary game with this. The sound isn't available? No, dude. Hold on. Let me try and find the clip on here. That blows. I don't think I had any freaking audio on it. Here it is. It's one of my most viewed clips anyway. So here. We'll just watch it on Twitch.
Here, correct?
That's the worst.
Get ready, Kappa.
Ignore this guy's name, by the way. You can hear the desk loud as day, bro. And with this, I don't know what I decided to do with my cam here. Like, I don't know why I decided to do this green screen effect on it, but I did.
Why?
Why? There's another Poppy Playtime clip. I know it. This is another funny one. I'll just open this up on the side as well. Hold on. Where is it? Poppy Playtime. Because it's another good clip. Because, dude. Oh my god. This one too. Andy, I remember in chat, I think you told me to just crank up my mic all the way. So, here, I want to watch this just really quick. Headphone warning, by the way.
Oh God! Oh, the pain! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Did that just for Andy. Oh, here we go. I clipped it. Here we go. No! No, we're not looking at that clip. Okay, why is Twitch being so fucky, bro?
Oh, here.
Yeah, I finally found out that I need to go over here. Ignore the way I put my headset on to flatten my hair out, by the way. I don't know why I did that. Thank goodness you're on my phone.
Ah! Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away from me! Please stop! Please stop! I do not like this. I am not a big fan. Ah! Oh my god.
Oh yeah, and this one, I think, yeah, DZ clipped this one. This one was a good one. The Kirby beanie and everything.
So
Ooh,
I'll
huggy
if there's
cheese.
something behind one of these corners, I'm going to lose it.
Literally bounced in my chair for a second, bro. Like, look at this shit.
Lose it.
Oh man, is there anything else here that's good? Oh my! I see. I know you remember the Splitgate ragdolls.
Ragdoll plus bat equals pure comedy.
Yeah.
This okay. I'll say it right now. I think in terms of gameplay, this might be the funniest thing I have ever streamed. Just because of the way the ragdoll physics in this game are. If you don't know what ragdoll physics are, it's pretty much when a body just flails, like the physics of a dead corpse. How come you don't bounce on me, Andy? like, why is he flying across the room? Then we trade, and then his POV of the kill cam just. Oh god, you got that wheeze out.
Oh, I'm lightheaded from that one. Oh my god.
Like, look at that. It kills me. Ignore that last part. I don't know why I threw that part in. Go back, Lamel. Go back on what? Dude, when people die in siege from an explosion, they bounce. Oh, wicked. Hi, Sign. How are you? I am doing A-okay. I am just fine. You know, not a 10 out of 10, not a 0 10. I'm somewhere in the middle. Alright, what else is there? What is this clip? Oh, yeah. Was that Halo? Oh, the game? No, this is Splitgate. A game nobody remembers. But I decided, I think this was like one of my last streams on my Xbox. I was like, you know what? I want to play Splitgate. Because I didn't want to play Dead by Daylight that game. Didn't want to play Overwatch. Rogue, that's not what that means. You're not even 3/4 sus. That doesn't mean you get to be like all over the place sussy. That's not what that means, bro. Oh my goodness, though. What is this? Killer Clowns. I'm more than half. That doesn't mean you get to be over the top, you know. Like, if you're in the 90s, yeah, you get to be over the top. But, you know, I'll send you a pic of the drawing tablet when I set everything up tomorrow. Wicked. You have a bunch of freaking Killer Clown stuff here. Oh, you have me gooning in freaking the DVD dating sim. That's a good one. Should we watch the freaking goon? Icy is 82% sus. How about this, Rogue? You get to be as sus as Icy. How about that? Icy is more sus than you. You get to be as sus as Icy. That's the deal. You can't just redo the sus. Oh man. Yeah, let's watch
I
it.
played the Dead by Daylight dating simulator.
Oh!
Dude, Philip was hot. Icy, please be sussy. They fuck. I did.
No! Stop. It can't get any better, can it? Ah!
My headset literally fell off my head. Oh my god. This is when I was like, this was sus mate, bro. 2023 to 2024. That was sus mate. He hasn't come out in a long ass time. Why is Trapper looking at me like that though, bro? What is that? Exits. DZ, no. I'm gonna think of a sussy animal fact. BRB. Oh god. This dude put the bipanic Limphao. He's on to something. The bipanic. Alright, anyway. Alright. Ladies and germs. I decided, you know what? I want to do something crazy and unique today. So the big plan for today is a tier list. Something we never do around here. You know, I know it's a first, so let me explain to you how it goes. I'm just kidding. You all know how this goes by now. S tier means it's something that I think is like perfection. F tier means it's something I think is booty butt cheeks. A, B, C, and D is anything in between. You know, female hands have fake. What? Rogue, what? Side item 90. Wait, what? Did I seriously miss that? Hold on. Oh my god, my Twitch chat's bugging again. Now I have to look at it through the web browser. Let me see this. Did you actually get 99%? That's actually insane. Holy shit. Rogue, that is disgusting as shit. Oh my Christ. DZ is 92. Rogue is 72. You're 70. It was 71 before, now it's 72. Yeah, exactly, Rogue. DZ got 92. Exactly. I said DVD. No, but it says DC is 92% sus. Fuck this shit. But it said DZ. Yeah, exactly. Alright. So, guys. Pretty much what we're doing today is all DBD licensed characters excluding costumes. So, what this means is, you know, we're ranking every single DBD licensed character. So, all the way back from the Halloween and Left 4 Dead chapter, all the way to the current Stranger Things one. Some costumes will be allowed, like, you know, the Iron Maiden, Pharaoh Eddie, Samurai Eddie, you know, that's allowed. Because it actually changes the character into something completely different. But if it's something like the Eren Yeager for Dwight, where it's just Dwight but he looks really stupid, and it's quite clearly still Dwight and not a different character, I'm not including that on this list. So sorry to people that like The Witcher, and sorry to people that like AOT, because those aren't on here. But I will say, you know, Geralt is still here, or Geralt, I never knew how to pronounce his name, and the Titans from AOT are still here, though. Clears chat. Honestly, DZ, I wouldn't blame you. Honestly, Rogue, that's more wholesome, I guess. Sussy side mate is 46% sus. Hey, that's what we're talking about, baby. I'm one of the least sus people here. It's a fact. Everybody knows it. Everybody's been talking about it. Diabolical. I see. I freaking love that emote so much. No, Rogue, I don't think anyone wants it. I'll be honest. Icy be like, dude. That stare. Again, I think I took that picture when I was like 16. I still look so similar to that, I feel. Except now I have facial hair. Alright. I feel like, I'm making this list more so in kind of honor of the Halloween chapter. So, I feel like, this is a kind of a good homage to it. Talk about it. This is one of the last times we're going to be talking about it while it's still here. So, R.I.P. the Halloween chapter. It's been with us since 2016, early 2017, I think, something like that. No, I think it was 2016, though. And now, it's leaving us in under 2 weeks. How is Andy less sus? Me and Andy are historically known as the least sus people here. And you're less sussy live on Twitch. In Discord, you're hella sussy. That is simply false. I have never said one sus thing off stream. I'm more sus on stream than off stream. Everybody knows this. Rogue, everybody knows this. Name one sus thing I have said off stream. I dare you. Right now. Other than Bedrock. Because that was funny. And Matthew set me up for it. Name something other than that. Oh, God. Andy, why'd you have to say anything, bro? Anyway. What? Freaking Rogue posted her fucking gross animal fact because of you, apparently. Because I see it says, replying to Andy. I wonder what that could mean. You said something about fucking old people. That does not sound like something I would say. I would never say that. I would never say that. I don't know what you're talking about. There's definitely not a clip of me saying something like that, is there? There's definitely not a clip or anything. Hold on.
Remember how we used to dance? Our parties were even grander than those at the Boyle Manor. Everyone wanted to
Smash.
There's definitely not a clip or anything like that. Okay? There just isn't. After all the fun, you want to know the best part of that? I think literally after that cutscene, I stopped playing the game and never have come back to it because I didn't like it. I mean, you're not lying. I think I said that because I really found her voice attractive. Oh, guys, guess what? It's not something sussy. I don't believe you, but sure, go ahead anyway. Ugh. Ugh. I'm finally on actual bed now. You're not sleeping on the floor anymore? W Rogue. You got a bed. Wicked. I have a question, Rogue. Did you get the webcam before you got a bed? Or did you get it after the bed? Because if you ended up getting a webcam before you got a bed, that is insane to me. Ugh. I was in 2 twin-size beds? That's not terrible. W bed as he throws it back is awesome. Webcam was a present? That doesn't answer my question, though. Did you get the webcam before you got a bed? Look how. When did you get this bed and when did you get this webcam? The webcam, I'm assuming, was Christmas. The bed? When was the bed? I got it before. Oh no. This is tragic. Hey, hold on. I need to move something. There we go. Okay. So I have, or at least I've tried to put these in order of when they came out, but things got a bit messy along the way. Because, as you can see, the one I just moved did not come out near when Saw came out at all. Also, most of the Xenomorph skins are on here, because I'm pretty sure it's a different Xenomorph every single time. So, whose face is that, Icy? That is Icy's face. That is Icy. Yeah. Just like how this one is definitely not me. That ain't me. That ain't me. Alright. So, this tier list. Hold on. What's some definitely fitting music we could put for this? For a tier list. I know. The Elite Four battle music. Nothing screams tier list music like the Elite Four. I'm just kidding. That's not fitting at all. Where's my lo-fi at? There we go. Dude, I love that. The side duck. Mine's on the internet. Hee hee. That's not true. Alright. Hold on. Huh? Don't worry about it, Rogue. Okay. All three of us just put emotes. Iconic. Alright. So I should explain how this tier list is going to work, shouldn't I? So what this is going to do is I'm going to rank the characters based on a few criterias, okay? One of them is how well I feel like they fit into Dead by Daylight. Another one is how well I feel they look. Another is how well I feel like their perks are associated to them if they are not just a skin, obviously. And how accurate they are to where they are originated from. So like Laurie Strode, for example, we're going to compare this to Jamie Lee Curtis. Right? So what we're going to do is separate tab. Laurie Strode, for example. That's crazy that the Dead by Daylight one pops up. You know? And then we can compare it to this. No, that's not what I wanted. Open image and new tab. There we go. So we got like these two back to back. I feel like it looks pretty good. I feel like it looks pretty darn good. What are we thinking? Pretty accurate? Andy, please. Your mom. Yee. But, I think Laurie Strode, in general, what are her perks? Because I have Dead by Daylight pulled up as well, just so I can look. And Laurie. She has Soul Survivor, which is fitting. She has Decisive Strike, which also is kind of fitting. An Object of Obsession, which is also pretty fitting. You know? So I think Laurie Strode, off rip. I think she's also very fitting. There's no other than maybe Dr. Loomis. I could make it, maybe see people making a case for him being fitting as well. I'm laughing out than coughing. Oh boy. Hold on. Yeah, add my boy onto the screen. Andy loves this thing. Andy, you love this guy, right? Chucky, bro. It's fitting. Live, y'all, Icy, and Andy and DZ inside. Yeah, we live you too, Rogue. We live you too. Get Chucky away from me. Do you really not like Chucky? Fine. How about this? This better? I meant love. Yeah, I know what you meant, bitch. Okay, bro. For someone who claims to love us, you're calling me a bitch. Alright. It's not very nice of you. Not that. Can't make anyone happy. Alright. Fine. Anyone opposed to seeing Magneto, then? Any objections to Mag? Any at all? Hush, Chunky Hog. That's a Inosuke. Raise his hand. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness gracious, I see. Go back to Chuckle. Okay, go back to Chucky it is. Alright. So yeah, Lori, I think she looks great. Her perks, you know, are fitting for her with what they are. Not exactly how they work in-game, per se, but more so what they're called and everything. Why is he so small? Because he's Chucky. He's adorable, isn't he? You have to admit, he looks freaking so cute. I think I'll throw Lori in a solid A tier. Now, Michael Myers, on the other hand. He looks pretty accurate to the actual Michael Myers, minus, you know, the mask could be better. Still doesn't look terrible at all. His perks save the best for last, which is what he does. Dying Light. I don't really get the reference to Dying Light, per se. And then play with your food. I mean, yeah. Know my name if needed. Okay, Rogue. I think Myers, I'm gonna throw, honestly, would it be bad for me to throw him down here in B tier? I think he could be better. I think also, you know, killer gameplay wise, I think that's something I should also incorporate. I think prior to what he was changed into now, I think it's potentially better than what he has currently. Because now he's just a dash killer, and that's not fitting for Myers. He used to be a stock and stab, which was simple and basic, but it fit him so well. I'd say, like, pre-rework, he's probably here. But post-rework, he's here. I think that's fair. Alright, William Bill Overbeck. I feel like he looks pretty darn accurate to how he looks in Left 4 Dead. His perks. Let me look at Dead by Daylight. I think they're... No, I remember them. Left Behind, Borrowed Time, and Unbreakable. I've never played Left 4 Dead. I've only seen modded videos of Left 4 Dead, so I don't know how accurate those perks are to him as a character. So I'll just put it as okay, I guess, unless somebody here who has played Left 4 Dead or watched actual gameplay of it and not just modded can tell me whether or not it's accurate or what. But I think he's pretty fitting for the game. I mean, man from Zambo Apocalypse. Freaking Vet. I think he's a pretty fitting character. Perk-wise, I don't know how well it fits, so I'll throw, honestly, yeah, I'll throw him in A tier. Alright, Bubba. I think Bubba, honestly, if you want my honest opinion, I don't really know how to feel about it. You know? And then I'll tell you why. Because I feel like Bubba, like, one of his big things is being around, you know, his own family. He wants to do stuff with his family, you know? And he's all separated and stuff. But I was told that, like, the lore for this is the entity was like, you do my bidding, you'll see them again and whatnot, and you can go back with them and continue killing there and whatever. We know that's not true, but it's something to tame the Bubba. Gameplay-wise, I think gameplay-wise, it's pretty on par and fitting for the character. He doesn't do anything crazy, just man with a chainsaw. That's pretty much all we ever see in the movies anyway, so it's fitting on that front. He's got his little mallet, little meat mallet as well. And I feel like looks-wise, I feel like he looks really good. If I'm being honest, I think he looks creepier here than he does in the movie, which I think is pretty impressive to have pulled off, to be completely honest with you. Being completely honest. So I think Bubba, what are his perks again? Knockout, he does that a lot. Barbecue and chili, and Franklin's demise. If I'm being honest, dude, Bubba might be an S tier character, dude. He checks off all the boxes. While he might not be strong killer per se, I think he's still really good as a straight up character. I think he's fitting on every front. Next up we got Quentin, and dude, we got Vigil, which is something the character most certainly is not. We got Pharmacy, which, yeah, the perk makes sense. They're using drugs to stay awake and put themselves to sleep to fight Freddy and to get awake from Freddy. But Quentin just kind of sucks. And what's his last perk? Wake Up? So I guess 2 out of 3 of the perks are good. Looks-wise, pretty accurate. I think the guy's name was like Caleb or something like that. I think the main problem with Quentin is that he's not Nancy. Like, you think of Nightmare on Elm Street, and you think of the character that's not Freddy Krueger. You ask a non-DVD player, they're not gonna say Quentin Smith. They just aren't. He's a pretty niche character that, you know, he's only in the reboot, you know, where it's like, he's a main character, but like, even then, he gets overshadowed by Nancy, you know? I don't know. I just feel like Quentin is just, I don't know. He's a disappointment, yes. But for what he is, he's not terrible. Like, all things considered. He definitely looks better. It doesn't look identical to the actor or anything. But, I don't know. I think Quentin, I'm gonna throw in a solid D tier. You know, some perks don't really make too much sense for him. Looks-wise, while he doesn't look bad, he doesn't look like the actor at hand, and there were better choices over him for sure. Alright. And then we have Freddy. Off rip, we have a big problem. This is Reboot Freddy. Reboot Freddy sucks. Everyone knows this. Everybody can agree on this. If you genuinely think the reboot is better than the original Nightmare on Elm Street, you are, one, just wrong, and two, that pretty much summarizes your taste in movies alone, that you just have terrible taste in film if you think this is better than the original. Because there is nothing about this that is better than the original. Like, even like the bedroom scene at the beginning, where he's like coming through the wall or the ceiling, even the original looks at the reboot looks terrible. Terrible. Perks, you have Remember Me, which is a good one. Blood Warden, which is fine. And then you have Fire Up, which is kind of the complete opposite of Freddy's whole thing. Is that, like, he hates fire. So having this kind of perk where it's like, oh, you know what, it's based around him, and, you know, he's getting fired up from it, and the perk icon is him, you know, surrounded by fire, looking menacing. Like, it makes no sense. You know, I think the Mori as well for him is not good. Gameplay wise, I think as of now the gameplay is fitting for him more so as a character, but it's still just I don't know. I think Freddy is also just a straight up D tier. Nightmare on Elm Street chapter is not good. It's not good. You know, we throw in the bad in preschool here, we got an F tier chapter. Like, it's not good. Alright, Detective Tapp. And the problem with Detective Tapp is that he's in one movie out of the whole Saw franchise. There's over 10 movies in Saw, and he's only in one of them. Like, there's so many other characters you could have had over him, per se. I guess if you're going for the first one, then, you know, I guess you could go for, you know, the doctor guy. I forget his name off the top of my head, but you could go for him. You can go for, I think the other guy that was locked in the bathroom, I think his name was Adam. Could chose him as well, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there's just better choices than Tapp, but I don't think he's a terrible pick, though. His perks, you got Detective's Hunch, you have Stakeout, and then you have Tenacity. All three really fitting for him, so that's a plus. He looks pretty identical to his actor as well. I think overall he's pretty fitting. You know, I think the only thing you can say about Tapp that could bring him down is that there are better choices than him that it could have brought from Saw. I'll put him in a solid A tier. I think he's really good in terms of appearance, in terms of accuracy to the character, and in terms of like the perks as well. Very accurate to him as a character. You know, Stakeout, because that's what he does. He does a lot of staking out. Detective's Hunch, he had like the whole bulletin board and whatnot pulled up. And then Tenacity, after he gets his throat cut, he's still crawling and crawling and crawling. He's not giving up. So yeah, I think pretty fitting. And then you have Amanda the Pig. I feel like Amanda is like probably the character you could have picked for this. Like, you could have chose John Kramer, but I mean, he's just a really old guy that is dying of cancer, and that can't really do too much physically. So having Amanda, you know, is pretty much #1 protege. It's pretty fitting. Pretty fitting. Her perks, you have, oh god, what do you have? One of them is Make Your Choice, which that's pretty fitting. You know, live or die, make your choice. You have Surveillance, which also is a perk that makes sense because, you know, they do a lot of surveillance. They really do. And then the last one is Scorch Hook, Hangman's Trick. And that's the only one where it's like, it's whatever. You know, I don't get the reference off the top of my head. It's something that I would have to either think really hard about, or it's something where it's like I would actually have to watch the movies again. Power-wise, she puts a trap on you, and you have to solve the trap or you die. It's pretty cool. Then you have her little dash ambush attack, which is also accurate to what happens in, you know, the movie. Pig mask guy, come up, ambush person. Yeah. Did you ever do the hydrate? I did. I drank half of my water. Yeah, I'll take another sip just for you. Oh, I need to put some chapstick on. Alright. Amanda the pig, I will put... Honestly, I think I'll put her right with Tap. I think other than Hangman's Trick, she's really good. If Hangman's Trick was something different, potentially an S tier character, to be honest with you. I think she's really good. Alright, you got Ash from Ash versus Evil Dead. So this isn't like the Evil Dead original Ash. This is him when he's, you know, like, you know, 50s Ash. You know, he's kind of lost his hunky charm in a way. You know, he's not getting with the young ladies as he used to. He's an old fart, you know, who has a daughter now that he didn't know about and whatnot. He's still out there slaying deadites. He got, you know, his chainsaw hand still. He's got a shotgun. I think Ash is really well done in that regard. Now, in terms of perks, what did we get? We got a perk called Flip Flop, and I don't know if it was something he said a lot, but he said, like, catch you on the flip flop a few times, I'm pretty sure. So, the perk is literally just based off of something he said in the show, which, if you didn't get that reference, you would probably think that's an interesting perk name. Then you have Buckle Up, which is, I believe, more so in reference to the very first episode, where he's getting ready and then he straightens his belt buckle, like he's like getting ready to whip someone. So kind of all in reference to like the very first season. Then you have Medal of Man, which, you know, I don't think I need to explain why it's a fitting name for the perk. I mean, you have Metal Hand, it's the metal, it's on a man, it's the Medal of Man, and then you have, you know, deeper meanings to it and whatnot, which I won't go into. But I think, you know, looks-wise, he looks just like Bruce Campbell. He has Bruce Campbell's actual voice as well. The perks, you know, if you know, you know, it's fitting for him. I think Ash, for Survivor, might be your actual first S tier. I think he's really accurate to the character. Then you have Ghostface, which Ghostface is one of the more interesting ones because he's not based off a character per se. Because DBD, for those of you who don't know, they only got rights to Ghostface's mask. So none of like the actual Ghostface characters, just the mask itself. So DBD Behavior, they had to create their very own Ghostface killer. They couldn't just take, you know, Billy or Stu from the very first movie, right? They had to make their very own. And if I'm being honest, they did a really good job. He's a really sick and twisted schmuck, let me tell you. I think perk-wise, you have Thrilling Tremors, which is just an awesome perk name. You have Furtive Chase, and then you have I'm All Ears, which, you know, if you know the lore of this Ghostface, which, off the top of my head, I'm forgetting his name even. Oh my god, what is his name? It'll come to me, it'll come to me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me I can do this, I can do this! I think it was Danny? It was, yeah, okay, hold on, let me look actually. Yeah, Danny Johnson, also known as Jed Olson. Okay, yeah. you can call him whatever you want. Danny Olson, or Danny Johnson, Jed Olson, whatever. Just a really awesome character. And again, I think originality-wise, like, it is so good. So good. S tier, without a doubt. Steve Harrington, aside from, his scream in the game, which is terrible, that's what Steve, unfortunately, in this game is best known for, is just going, ow! Ah! Ah! Like, that's his scream. He doesn't do, like, a blood-curdling scream. He goes, ah! Like, it's bad. But it's so funny. And I feel like it fits Steve's character, to be completely honest, that his scream would be bad. Looks-wise, it is perfection. Please do not change this behavior. The Nancy one was needed. Her redesign was 100% needed. Do not change Steve. Steve don't need changed. Now, Steve, on the other hand, he has 3 perks. Babysitter. Perfect. You have camaraderie, which, at first, I didn't even know what that word meant. But I think, when I actually learned what the word meant, it's also really, really fitting for Steve. And then you have Second Wind, which, once again, for Steve, perfect. I know I'm glazing Steve a lot here, but aside from the scream, he's also perfect. Hold on, let me actually grab Nancy. Reworked Nancy. Here, let me close out of these. Now, looks-wise, she does not look like Natalia Dyer that much, so that's points dropped off rip, unfortunately. She definitely looks more like her now than she did before, I'll say that much. She has 3 perks. One of them is Better Together, and I think in that perk, I think when this came out into the game, it was like season 1 and 2. I don't think 3 had came out yet. Actually, no, it did. This came out like right after season 3, I think. So I feel like Better Together is a fitting perk in that regard. After season 3, though, then you got Fixated, which is, she does become really fixated on one thing. If she becomes like, I want to do this, like, she'll be on it. Then you have Inner Strength, which, again, I think this is just like Babysitter for Steve. Literal, a perfection type thing for her. Like, Inner Strength is just like, mwah. Appearance-wise, I think the one thing I don't like about Nancy's design, by the way, is in-game, her nose kind of feels like it's a bit too big. They need to make her nose a bit smaller. I feel like just because she doesn't look all that accurate to Natalia Dyer, I think it's the nose that's really throwing it off for me. I'm putting her in B tier. If they make her look just remotely a bit more like Natalia Dyer, she goes here. But until then, she's going right here. Also, one thing I didn't mention for Ghostface, literally the stalking and exposing people is perfect for him, by the way. Then we have the Demogorgon, and I'll be honest with you sports fans, I think Demogorgon is one of the best looking killers at this point in the game. I think like he looks so incredibly good. Looks like he's ripped straight from the show. The first thing you have is Surge, which, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Because, he causes power surges and whatnot, electrical problems whenever he's near. So, I think that's fair. For him, I think that's a good one. Then you have Mindbreaker, which I don't think I need to explain why Mindbreaker is a pretty good one. And then you have Cruel Limits, which that one I don't fully understand the name behind it. Nancy is S tier for how crackable she is. Not again, Gav. Bro, are you bro? Yeah, man, bro. Okay, dude. I think Cruel Limits though is like the one outlier where it's like, I don't know. I'll see how exactly it fits in. You know, if someone could explain to me how, that'd be awesome. But until then, I don't really understand it. But I think overall, appearance-wise, he looks sick. Gameplay-wise, it's fitting because he does. He shreds, he pounces, especially a lot in the earlier seasons, if I recall correctly. He portals, goes through the Upside Down. Also, again, insanely fitting for the character. I think, again, other than Cruel Limits, potentially a perfect character. So I'm gonna put him low S tier just because, you know, that one perk, just I don't understand it. Mr. Sidemate, you know who to put in S tier for me. Who to put in S tier for you? Who are you thinking? Who are you thinking about putting in S tier? I would like to know, because I am not a very smart man. I will let you know how I think of putting him in S tier. Also, by the way, we're going to have a long list of characters where it's like, I don't really know where to put them because I never have watched gameplay of said game. But I have only watched one movie. Think very hard. Is it the character that originated from a video game? Or is it one that originated from a movie? Or is it something that comes from a completely different outside source? Like a TV show or a book? Maybe a little comment that you did introduce me to you. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be rough because I've commentated on quite a number of things. There's a game I commentated on a lot of people running the Mordeo skin for Huntress. I commentated Mr. John, you doofus. I know. I know it's from Mr. John KW, John's tournament. The one I was actually commentating in. Okay. Because I was gonna say, in the one prior, okay, in the one prior, I was doing commentating with my own stream, and some people had my stream pulled up, and I was commentating over a Naughty Bear match, I was commentating over something else, Springtrap? The kill I always wanted to see. Fuck. Gulp. I'm so sorry, my memory bad. Oh my god. Ugh. Let me look. Yeah, it was Springtrap, wasn't it? I remember there was a Springtrap in the tournament that I really just enjoyed because their axe throws were nuts. No, it was Springtrap, double doofus. Okay, I was right. Okay, awesome. I did remember. Let's go! My memory is not completely down the gutter. Okay, yeah. Springtrap, we'll get to him. We'll get to him. But, I will say, he ain't placing low. That's for damn sure. I'm gonna do another tournament. I'm the number 7 Springtrap in the world. Wait, dead ass? Number 7? That's insane. And yeah, another tournament. Dude, I love commentating on Dead by Daylight tournaments so much. I've done it a few times now, and it is always such a blast. You are. That is awesome, dude. That's so sick. Hold on, let me see this. Look at number 7. Number 7. Wrong list? Oh. I was about to say, that does not say your name, my friend. That says Hida. Alright, here, let me look at this one. That is also the same one. The link doesn't work. Fuck. It's a link for Springtrap itself. Is there a way I can look at it for Springtrap? Specifically, like, if I go on here. I want to show off. I hate myself. If I can look at it. Player stats. Look up. You're on John's Discord, right? Yeah, I am. Are you gonna post it in there somewhere? Oh, okay, you just sent it to me in the messages. Mr. Sidemate. Send help. Hey, hold on, let me see here. There we go, that one works. Oh shit, it is you. Dang, you're looking at like, okay, so number 1, 7.5k hours. Number 2, 1.2. Number 3, 3.2. 4 is 4.5. Number 5 is 1.9. Number 6 is 2k. And you're only at 900 hours. And you're in top 10. And the person right under you is at 882. That is insane. Under 1,000 hours and being in the top 10 is just holy. Yeah, because if you look at number 11, this dude has 10k hours. And you're a higher placement than he is. That's insane. Yeah, I never ever touched a single killer since Springtrap released. Not a single match. So you've only played Springtrap. Wow. That's fascinating. So I love seeing him. That's fair. I feel like, please make John host another. I can try talking to him about it. He came in chat yesterday saying we never hang out, you know. So, you know, it'd be awesome to hang out again, which I would dig. I think the problem with playing games with John is nothing to do with he or I specifically, but it's just that we have different kind of schedules. And when we do end up being online at the same time, we're just doing completely different things with completely different people. So, like, yeah, I think in order to hang out, which sucks, we are actually going to have to just straight up message people. It's not something that we can just spontaneously do. Like, it's something we're going to have to pre-plan. Yeah. Unless I just see him chilling in a VC and I can just go in there and vibe. But I don't really see that too much. But dude, that's insane still. I'm looking at this, bro. Freaking insane. You and another person under 1,000 hours in the top 10. Just insane. I keep telling him to host another. Yeah, I can try having a convo with him. Survivor sacrificed 3.3k. God damn. the number 1 guy who has 7.5k hours. He has 31,000. Dear Christ. And the guy with 10k has 40k. What in the hell, bro? That's actually insane. I have a question. Since you are in the list, I'm assuming you know how the ranking works exactly. How does one become like one of the best in terms of like statistics? Is like there's something you need to specifically do, or is it like just, you know, constantly get 4Ks with the killer, or is there like stuff you need to specifically do with them? Because one thing I see on here specifically says survivors that you have interrupted in the security office. So I don't know if that like adds a lot to it or what. Like I said a year ago that I wasn't confident, and no, I still aren't, because I'm absolutely dog shit, but with more hours, so I'm confident. I feel like just playing the game more is, you know, obviously it's a way to learn, but I think genuinely it's one of the best ways to learn. That and watching other people play, or watching your game played back and critiquing stuff that you're like, oh, I fucked up by doing this, you know? Just the amount of kill actions, like axe throws and jump scares for Springtrap, mostly playing the game, but everything adds up. Okay. So it's kind of like how it would just be in a regular match. It takes all the scoring from everything. So like, if you're hitting consistent axe throws, you're getting more blood points on that. So I'm assuming that adds to like your rating on here as well. Okay. Understood. That's fucking insane, dude. Top 7? Holy crap. Yeah, I can definitely try talking to John about possibly co-hosting something again. Something, maybe he and I can work on something together to do it instead of, you know, because how it went last time is, I think he worked on everything to my knowledge. Like, well, I shouldn't say he worked on everything, because I know he said that he had some people assist him with rules and whatnot. And I was pretty much just there to commentate, which was still fun as shit. But if he and I can actually plan something together, and we can work on something from scratch, that'd be awesome, honestly. Like, I don't know if you'd want to do, like, something like last time again, or if you want to go back to what we did originally, like, because I don't remember if you were here for, like, his original tournaments, or if you were just here for his most recent one. Like, I don't know what kind of style he'd want to do. I'm pretty sure he'd want to... How was it originally? It was honestly kind of like how you would see, like, a average DBD tournament setup. You know, points based on, you know, if you get to a set amount of hook states, and whatnot. It was a whole bracket style, instead of constantly being like a round robin sort of thing. One and done with that. How was it originally? No, just 30 cents. Oh, okay. But yeah, it was kind of how most DBD tournaments are. It was still a lot of fun, and surprisingly, I did really well in it. I think, God, did I win that tournament? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I won his first tournament. I remember that. Com DBD is cancer if you're telling FUD. Nah, really now? Yeah. I think the first tournament, I think there was a rule in place where it's like, you can't tunnel for like, I think it was the first 2 or 3 gens. I don't remember exactly what it was. But, you're being way too humble with that win. I'd stick that under everyone's noses. No, I only brought it up when the tournament itself was brought up. I was like, oh yeah, I did win that tournament. Or like, you know, if somebody wants to, you know, ask me stuff, like if, you know, I'm wanting to play in another person's said tournament, I can use that, you know, on my resume being like, I've won this said tournament, you know. So, I will say, I think his first tournament was really good. I think his second tournament, it wasn't due to his fault or anything like that. There were just some people, I'm not going to say names or anything like that, but that were in his second tournament that were just kind of rude. And during the last round, what would have been, I believe, the finals, or like the semifinals, one team got so upset at the rules that they're like, okay, if we don't qualify or anything like that, or like, if this team doesn't, I forget what it was. It was like, if something doesn't happen with another team, then we're just dropping out. It was like, bro, what? Like, you're so close to the finals, and you're just being so kind of nasty and just putting us in like a kind of a hostage situation. It was not fun. Like, I kid you not, it was me, John, and some of John's moderators for the tournament, all in one call for like a solid 30-45 minutes, deliberating whether we should continue with the games or not, or if we should end up canceling it. And ultimately, we ended up canceling the end of the tournament just because some people were frustrated that things weren't going their way, and frustrated that we had to improvise things on the fly because things did not pan out as expected. So, yeah, it just was not great in that regard, you know. I felt so bad for John, dude, because he put a lot of fucking effort into it. And just, some people were just being kind of, not kind of, they were being dickheads about it. You know. I know. Wait, we did? I thought we crowned a winner. I thought for the second one, it was just canceled. I thought the end match was canceled. I could be wrong, but I swear it was canceled. Because I remember he said something like, I'm sorry you guys waited so long, but, you know, and I hate to break this news to you even more, but I swear that's what it was. It was either that or another match got canceled. I don't remember, it might have been the finals, but I don't remember. It was just a really big mess because some people were just being stubborn assholes and wanted things their way, or they were just leaving. So, really kind of ruined it. And, you know, he didn't do a tournament for a long time after that. And it wasn't until his most recent one, which was genuinely so much fun. It was also hilarious and everything, and where, you know, people in chat got to vote, which was awesome. You never see that with any tournaments, but it was handled in such a way, and John's community is so awesome to where it's not like it's lopsided instantly towards one way because people are friends with one said person, and, you know, they're just voting for them because of that. You know, like, people can put, you know, their feelings for people aside and genuinely vote for people based on, you know, funny moments and how good they were at doing a certain play and whatnot. You know, it was so much fun. I think I remember a doctor playing Crashing Out because they had zero hooks. Can imagine how much work he puts into this stuff. Oh yeah, there was that moment, but it wasn't anything too insane. You know, I remember watching that, you know, and I felt bad for the guy because he, you know, it just sucks because Doctor's not a great character. He never really has been. He's just been a character that's kind of annoying at times. Yep. I can imagine how much work he puts in this. He puts so much time into it because I've been there with him when he's, you know, putting stuff together and changing some stuff around. Because, dude, he puts together so many drafts and has to go back and change them according to what other people are wanting. And that's one thing I love about John. He will listen to his community's feedback so much, dude. Like, he'll prioritize their feedback over his so much. Sometimes he'll put his foot down on certain stuff, but that rarely happens. He's fucking awesome with it. I think, in terms of tournaments, I think he is possibly the best I've seen. in terms of how he sets it up and in terms of the feedback he hears. He isn't just, one track mind where it's like he has one vision and he's going to keep it that way no matter what. If he has a vision and he notices flaws with it, or he hears people's feedback against certain parts of it, he'll adjust accordingly. And I fucking love that about him. He's so awesome. It's one of the reasons I love that dude so much. He's just so cool. My memory is real bad. I also remember the blood favor play where a single survivor killed 2 survivors. Ooh, I think I remember that too. That tournament, it was so much fun. There was so many there was goofy moments and then there was sick moments. Like, for example, with you, some of your hatchet throws were diabolical. I think at one point you actually had me jump out of my seat, if I remember correctly. Because some of them were just despicable. I know he does. Like, I jokingly asked him to sing Happy Birthday for my mom, and 2 hours later, unlisted YouTube link to John sing Happy Birthday. Oh. That's awesome. I didn't even play him crying. Oh, you said you were Springtrap. Oh. Was it a different Springtrap player I was watching? Well, I don't know then. I swear it was. I wanted to see Springtrap. Oh! Oh, you were in the chat constantly saying Springtrap. That's what it was, wasn't it? For example, Foxy plays Springtrap. Was it Foxy that I was watching, or was it... There was 2 people in the tournament that were playing Springtrap consistently. It was Foxy and someone else. And I remember there was one person I was really hyped about. And because of all this Springtrap talk, you convinced me that it was you. Oh my goodness. There was 2, yes. Okay, yeah. That much I remembered. And there was also a Huntress player. He was using, this Mordeo outfit. Say Loki spam chat. That's what it was. Got you. Okay. Understood. That Huntress on the stream. Yes, I think that was the first game I was there for. Because I think I joined a game or 2 late. And that's because I got the time confused because John's in a different time zone than me. So I had my timer, my alarm set up for a completely different time. And I just ended up missing, I think, the first hour or 30 minutes, something like that, of the tournament. But yeah. He was stressing waiting for you at first. I know, and I felt so bad. I felt so bad after. I remember, yes, that was it. But yeah, there were so many moments from that tournament that I really enjoyed. One thing I did like that you don't really see too much is that normally, after a tournament is over, the casters will go over and talk to, the winning team and whatnot. John wanted to talk to every single team, get their input about the tournament as a whole, and get their opinions, which is, again, not something you see people do in a lot of tournaments. Get feedback from every single person that he can, that is playing in it. You don't really see that too much. Which, again, it just adds another layer to, I just thought it was awesome. So we need to create a new one before we grow old and part our ways. Yeah. I'll probably talk to him about it. Or try, talking to him about it, at least. Because it is something that I really did enjoy. Like, let's not forget that John is a human, not an organization. Right? Like, he is just... I don't know how he does it. I honestly don't know how. Like, when I even tried doing, like, a fraction of something John does, like, it turns out to be shit. Like, I'll be honest, I've tried planning my own tournaments before. I never publicly announced any, but I threw hints around, like, maybe I'll do one, maybe I won't. And, dude, just coming up with, like, an idea for what I want to do for one, and then having to create a rule set for all of it as well, and then have to get people into the tournament as well. It's just so much. So I give John so much props for it. Like, just, yeah. But talk in a nonchalant way so you won't mention me begging for it, because I begged for other streamers for that. Okay. I mean, I can definitely talk about it with them. Yeah. I don't think it should be the biggest problem, you know, to bring it up. But, you know, who knows? If he has IRL stuff going on, you know, that could block it from happening anytime soon, you know. That's a factor. I just hope that, you know, if he does want to put it somewhere in like a certain month of this year, I hope it's not July, because I'm busy all of July. So, Mr. Simon, it was a pleasure to talk with you again, but I have some deep homework to do. Sounds good, bruv. Hopefully your homework isn't too much hell, and if you have math homework, I am so incredibly sorry for you. I truly am. Especially if it's algebra or geometry or hell, trigonometry, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. My finals on May 2, we're going home. What? My math grade is unironically an F. I hate maths. I don't blame you. Like, I'm not terrible at math. I can do some mental math in my head. It's not fun. I don't understand how people can be like, I love math. I don't understand that. I truly don't. Because I think it's just, it's so frustrating. It really is. I think that and learn in some parts of, you know, learning language arts or English class, whatever you want to call it, there's some like things in there that are just honestly kind of useless that we don't use anymore. So I think math, it has layers. I think math as a whole, not the worst. But there are sub-genres of math. Like I said, you know, I hate geometry. I hate learning shapes and all that shit. Like learning diameter and radius and all that. I hate it. I think it's so incredibly boring and difficult to warp my mind around. Trigonometry is another thing where that should just get deleted entirely. We're doing stuff with vectors or something. I hate formulas in general. That's fair. There's just so many formulas, like y equals mx plus b minus c. Like what? Geometry is fun. Trig and calculus are dog shit. That's fair. Geometry, that's just a personal one for me. Algebra, I will say this. This might be a hot take. There are portions of algebra I don't mind. But then there are some, like I said, y equals mx plus b, and then there's the, it starts with a p, it's something formula. And it's just like a whole thing with like a division sign, parentheses, plus, multiplication, a bunch of freaking letters. Like that I dislike so much. Like when you add so much to it, it just loses all meaning and value, in my opinion. But when it's a more simple one, I can more so get behind it. But it's like when they go completely over the top, it's like, oh my god. Like, this is not something everybody needs to learn. Like, it's like parabolic or something like that, the parabolic formula or whatever. They used to tell us we wouldn't have a calculator in our pockets as adults, and we had to learn that shit, and jokes on them. I do have a calculator in my goddamn pocket. Yeah, I also have a calculator app on my phone as well, so. Too much. It is too much. I use math as a reels break. Oh my god. That's not something you should do. Ugh. But, yeah, I think, like I said, there are sub-genres in math that I think genuinely are terrible. Like, bottom of the barrel, the things like you don't need to learn them. You just don't. If they say you do, they're wrong. You know, depending on what job you're going into. And even then, that's something, you know, you should take a whole other class for. You know, it's not something you should be punished for by not knowing. You know, so, I don't know. Just me, my other subjects aren't any more fun. I hate 90% of it. I chose the wrong college and realized too late. Oh, damn, that fucking sucks. What are you planning on doing outside of college? Like, what are you trying to get a degree in? Also, Hannah, hi. Unless you're like an engineer or something, you really don't need to know 90% of what they teach you. Exactly. I think that's my biggest problem with math. Especially, you know, I shouldn't say math, but like certain subgenres of math. It's like you don't need to learn them with what career you're going into. You know, like let's say you want to be a chef, you're not going to need to learn trigonometry for being a cook. Like you really aren't. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna, if I want to become a professional dancer, what use is algebra gonna bring me, for example? You know, I don't know. Like multiplication, division, subtraction, you know, addition, you know, like that's stuff everyone should learn. But like, it's like at a point it gets to be too much, you know. I'm gonna start stuff like programming, but the teachers ruined it for me, so I changed to drawing, graphic design recently. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing in college. If you don't have a teacher that clearly enjoys what they are teaching, it makes it just so unfun and miserable, and that vibe gets passed on to you as well. So like, it's just infectious, but for like the worst reason, you know. Some people shouldn't be teachers. No, I absolutely agree. I have 2 teachers off the top of my head in high school that just weren't that great. One of them was, I will admit, he was passionate about what he taught, but the way he did teach was all wrong. He was a physical science teacher, and he clearly loved physical science because that is all he talked about. But when it came to actually teaching, it felt kind of like a bully at times. If you got, you know, if he asked you a question, you answered it wrong, he would go, nope, roll his eyes, and go to someone else. And if nobody answered, he would just pick a person at random, and then he would honestly kind of shame them if they got it wrong. It's like, you just randomly called me. There's a reason I didn't put my hand up. Like, just going about it all sorts of ways wrong. And if you did something he didn't like, you would not hear the end of it, and you would be on like his shit list for the remainder of the year. And then there was another teacher who, during lockdown, this is later, way later, in lockdown, this guy was our math teacher, I think. Actually, was he math or was he history? I think he was math. Yeah, he was. And I kid you not, this dude, we got onto our Zoom, he told us what the plan was for today, and then he said, alright, here's the link for it, go do it on your own. Literally what he did. I did not learn a single thing from that man specifically. He constantly just gave us links and it was like, do it yourself. He did not teach a damn thing, and I forget the guy's name, but he pissed me off so much because of that. It's like, you're not even teaching that much. You're not even teaching at all. You're just saying, this is the plan for today, here's a link to do it on your own. Like, dude. The teacher mad at you if you didn't mention teach you, that's fair. Oh my gosh, and there was another... Dude, I had terrible science teachers. There's this dude, 6th grade, so I'm just getting into middle school. This dude, I kid you not, he treated us like he pissed off college professor. Like, he was using humongous ass words that I had never heard in my life, and he would get upset over the littlest of things. You know, I will admit there was some cool things in his class. Like, there's one thing where we had to form our own crystals, which was actually kind of sick. But there's just the way he would go about, like, teaching it. And then there were times where he would, you know, obviously we all know slideshows. He would pull up a slideshow and it would be this ginormous ass story. And he'd say, all right, write this down. 30 seconds later, he'd switch it to the next one. You would have maybe 5 sentences down, and there would be like 10 you didn't have. So it's like, these are the notes that we're supposed to be studying for the test at the end of the week. Yet, we can't even write it all down in time. Awesome, dude. Great teaching. And if you try taking a picture of the notes on your phone, like, he literally would sit next to you and watch you delete them off your phone. Like, bro, what? Like, how are you gonna complain about that? Like, what? I had a teacher who failed the entire class besides 2 kids. It would make you feel so dumb. Class fought back and the principal let us do a huge final test, and that would be our grade if it was better than what she gave us. Not a single person actually failed. It's been many years and I still hope she is having a great life. No, yeah, people like that don't deserve to have a great life. They really don't. Like, if she just fails, like, the entire class, other than 2 people, like, that's just, what? And then you do this giant test and not a single person fails. Like, I think we know what the problem was. I hope she got fired immediately after that. She does not deserve to be in that line of work at all. At all. What else? I remember, you know, okay, I've told this story a few times on stream. Some of you might remember it, some of you might not, but in 2nd grade, I had a teacher who was really nice to me, very kind. In 3rd grade, that teacher got moved up to being a 3rd grade teacher. She was no longer a 2nd grade teacher, and so my whole entire class had her again 2 years in a row, and she was teaching us more stuff at a more advanced level. And I recently found out the reason why she was so pissed off this year constantly was because she was going through a divorce. And she was taking her frustrations out on the kids in her classroom. And it got so bad to where at one point I wasn't feeling too good in class. Like, not like throwing up kind of feeling good, but like I was coughing a lot. Had like a bit of a cold coming on. And I was just non-stop coughing, like, and I had a really bad cough at the time. Like, it sounded like a donkey choking. Like, it was bad. And she eventually called me up to her desk, and she said, here you go. She handed me a slip of paper. I'm like, what's this? She said, it's a detention for causing a disruption to the class. I'm like, what did I do? And she mocked my cough. And I was like, that's just my cough, miss. And she was like, no, you're just disrupting the class, trying to be funny. I'm like, I'm not. And I went back to my desk and I cried because I wasn't being believed for just coughing. I'm like, I'm already sick, I feel like crap, and yet my teacher gives me a detention for it. And so instantly, like, as soon as school ends, my grandma picks me up. I'm just crying. And she said, what's going on? And I said, I got a detention. And she said, what did you do? And I told her what it was. I said, I got in trouble for coughing. And she said, there's no way you got in trouble for coughing. Tell me the truth. I'm like, that's the truth. I got in trouble for coughing. So she went and talked to my teacher, found out that truly was the reason, and she tried explaining it to her. And yeah, long story short, I didn't go to detention. It was ridiculous. She left on maternity leave, and I graduated and never saw her again. Thank God. The fact that she got pregnant is a mystery to me, though. Yeah, the fact that... Wow, yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. Detention for coughing? Question mark. That's so rude. Then you're all self-conscious about a cough you can't control. Exactly. And, like, this is 3rd grade, and like I said before, I had the exact same teacher the very year prior. She knows what my cough should sound like. She knows it's a violent cough. that I can't control. I cover my arm when I cough, so like I cover with my arm when I cough, like I do the vampire sneeze, like like I don't know. Okay, mister, I'll be going. Homework. It's too late. I'm gonna die. Have fun day. Alright, Bibble. Hopefully you can get all your homework did in time. But yeah, it was honestly terrible. And thanks for stopping by as well. And I hope to God I remember to talk to John about it, because that is something I do want to do, and I have genuinely been thinking about it. But yeah, it's instances like that where it's just like, what the hell? In first grade as well, last one, then I'll get back into the tier list. First grade, mind you, I had this best friend at the time. His name was Casey, and he and I were playing on the playground, as we do, and we were playing, you know, make-believe pirates. So we were like make-believe using swords, hiya, hiya, with our hands, like we weren't using sticks or anything. And the teacher was like, hey, you need to stop that, you need to stop the fighting. We're like, we're not fighting, we're just playing. And we, you know, we continued doing it because we weren't doing anything wrong. And then she instantly is like, all right, come with me. And she brought us back into the classroom, because this is on recess. She brought us inside to the classroom, wrote us up slips for detention, and said, all right, here you go. And we're like, what's this for? And it's like, you didn't listen to me, you're fighting. And we're like, we're not fighting, we were just playing. And to this day, my grandma still sides with the teacher as well. Even after I told her we were just playing, she's like, well, you should have listened to him. I'm like, but we still weren't doing anything wrong. Because we also, mind you, we did listen to her. We also backed up from each other, and we were doing it from a distance. So it was like we were fighting with huge ass lightsabers. It was like, what the fuck? And I got detention twice in all 13 years of school. Both were earned, though. I was not a good kid in middle school. Let me tell you. I got so much lunch detention in school, and I kid you not, 8th grade year, I had enough, dude. And one day I just snapped at my 8th grade English teacher. I do feel bad to an extent, because she was pregnant, and, you know, when you're pregnant, you know, I'll just leave it at that. Some stuff, you know, pisses you off a bit more than it normally would. But for the most part, things were fine. One day, you know, again, I was 8th grade and I was stupid, so, you know, didn't really click entirely. So, you know, I feel a bit bad about this, but at the same time, not necessarily pregnancy as well. I don't know how to phrase it correctly without making it sound like me being a dickhead. We're kind of lunch detention. I'm out. I lived in there for lunch. Only had after school detention twice. Yeah, for lunch detention, I was in there a lot. But for 8th grade, there was one day where I was just not having a good day. Things were just really upsetting me. I also just wasn't in a great headspace, period. And I mean, your mental capacity while pregnant is severely affected. Well, you're spot on with it. Okay. Phew. Okay. But I was, you know, lightly, and I mean like very lightly, tapping on my desk. Like I was using just my index finger. No, I was using my index and middle finger, and I was just lightly tapping on the desk because I was trying to figure out a problem on my paper, and I couldn't even hear my own tapping. Like, it was quiet. And my teacher, she was standing up, and she's at her desk. She was just standing up at her desk, and she saw my fingers moving up and down, and she literally pretty loudly says, "Cameron, you need to stop tapping. You're disrupting the whole class." And I kid you not, when I say I've never whipped around my head faster, I whipped my head around and I said, "It's not disrupting anyone except for you." She said, "Excuse me?" I said, "Look around." I stood up and I said, "Look around. Here, I'll ask them, hey, are any of you distracted by me tapping on my desk? Is it causing, you know, a disturbance to any of you guys?" Not a single peep was said from my class. And then I said, "Look, see, it's just something you have an issue with." And I went back down, sat, and started tapping my fingers on my desk again. And I kid you not, she instantly was like, "My desk now." And she wrote me up at detention. And I said, "What, is this for proving you wrong?" And she said, better stop there, I'm gonna make it 2. And I said, well, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. And she just gave me the biggest hairy eye and handed me the slip. The only disturbance was her. That's a twatty teacher. What the fuck? Dude, I did not like her. She also did not like me. Even prior to that, she did not like me. Like, she let so many other people off the hook for just straight up going across the classroom and talking to, you know, their best friends. But me literally lightly tapping 2 fingers on my desk, that sets her off. Because that makes so much sense, right? That makes so much sense. Ugh. I don't regret it at all, by the way. Like, I do feel a little bit bad because, you know, like you said, you know, the mental capacity is affected and whatnot. I do feel a little bit bad in that regard, but at the same time, she was really just judging it off of the motion of my 2 fingers, so at the same time, I don't feel bad, you know? Like, at that point, you're just creating an imaginary problem in your head. Then there was another time, I forget exactly what I did, but I got sent out to the hall, and there was an assistant teacher there. She saw me just sitting on the floor. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "The teacher decided to send me out here." And then she immediately went back in, talked with the teacher, and then not even a minute later, I got brought back into the classroom by her. So I forget what it was, but it must have been something stupid if that was the case. But anyway, yeah, I've had my fair share of teachers that are just not pleasant. It's usually science or English teachers normally, which is kind of weird. Like history teachers, oh my god, there's also one okay, for real, last story. This might be the worst one of all, to a degree. It got fixed in the end, but still, the idea of it pissed me off. I had a teacher, his name was Mr. Sheridan. I don't care, I'll name drop him. And this fucking guy, he did not like me, and I did nothing wrong to him. I just merely existed. You know, with the English teacher, I can kind of understand. Her and I butted heads quite a few times, but this guy did nothing wrong to him. We had this large project where we needed to, 1, draw an entire map from scratch of a set area we were assigned. And on top of that, we needed to write a whole article about it and everything. And I was put into a group with 3 other guys. 2 of them I was pretty good friends with. And I kid you not, I went in during lunch period into his classroom because I had asked him, can I come in during lunch to work on this map? He said, sure. I would work on the map. I did the map all by myself. It was a long-ass map, like on one of those huge pieces of scrap paper. You know what I'm talking about? I made the whole map myself, made it pretty detailed as well. And then on top of that, I worked on a decent bit of the article we were writing as well. And at the end of class one day, like there's like maybe 3 minutes left of class, we finally finished it. And then I was like, you know what? We have 3 minutes left of class. I'm just going to go on my little school Chromebook and do some random junk on here. And I kid you not, this dude got up from his desk, stood up, looked at what I was doing, sat back in his desk, and he called me over, and he said, what are you doing on your Chromebook? When I got up to his desk, he said, what are you doing on there? I said, oh, I'm just doing some random stuff. And he said, why aren't you working on anything for this class? And I said, oh, I already have everything done. And he said, why aren't you doing anything for any other class? Because I don't have time to start something new for another class right now. And I kid you not, he then said, alright, well, because you're not working on anything, and you're specifically doing something completely random, I am removing you from the project and you have to start from scratch. I'm sorry, what? I have to start from scratch just because during the last, 2 minutes of the class period, I decided to do just something completely different since I'm all done with all my work? What? And I broke down on the spot crying because I had put so many days into drawing a map, coloring it in, then learning stuff about said place and putting out an article. And then I sat back down at the table and I just kept crying, and I told the people at my table that, and then literally he said, "Hey, Cameron, you're causing too much of a problem. Go out to the hall." I'm like, what? Everybody is literally up in their seats talking with their project members. How am I causing a big ruckus? So I got sent out to the hallway, and I kid you not, God bless my freaking classmates for this, because the people that were part of my group, they walked up to his desk and they explained to him saying, "Hey, we just want to say Cameron did most of the work for this assignment. If you're going to cut him out of it, then you're going to have to cut us all out of it, because we're not going to do this without him." And so, you know, one of those kids in the project was one of his favorite students as well. So he budged and he brought me back in and said, "You're part of your assignment, go sit down." Like, I kid you not, if one of the people part of my group was not one of his favorites in the class, I probably would have stayed excluded from that. It was genuinely maddening, because he knows how much effort I put into that. Like, he literally saw it firsthand. And he decides to just kind of be a bully? Like, what the fuck? That thing pissed me off the most, because he knew how much effort I was putting into it, and yet he proceeded to be a giant jackass and just do that. Bro was mad he wasn't getting laid at home and taking it out on the kids. What an asshole. Dude, he was not a fun person to be around. I always dreaded his class specifically because of him. I didn't mind the stuff we were learning. That wasn't the issue. It was him as just a person in general that I was just so incredibly fed up with. I just couldn't. It just annoyed me to all hell. Anyway, hold on. I need to take a sip of water because my throat's sore now. I'm just talking. But yeah. Just so many unpleasant memories, and most of them take place in middle school. I kid you not, my middle school, I hated it so much. Most people did. It didn't feel like, you know, elementary school. It didn't feel like a genuine place where you felt cared about and where you were learning a bunch. It felt more like a prison, where they're just forcing stuff down your throat. They're not trying to help you learn shit. They're just doing this because they feel obligated to. Yeah. And there was a whole other incident where a male teacher, was constantly looking at another student in a very weird way. That's all I'll say. But just like, yeah, my middle school experience was like, it was terrible. And that year, in 7th grade as well, I tried doing some not so great things with myself as well. Again, I'll just leave it at that. If you know what I mean by that. And yeah, I just hated it. I hated life at the time. It was just terrible. Like, just didn't want to be there. Middle school is a social experiment, I swear. Is like that. Ain't that the truth, man? It's just, I don't know. There's just so many complaints from students, and like very, very few actually got listened to. The guidance counselor there as well, you know, I respect most guidance counselors, but the one here was just also terrible. It wasn't really, except for like the special education kids they were actually good with, but like, you know, people that weren't part of, you know, that, it just, like, didn't really help out well with at all. Like, I would, you know, talk about my issues there, and I just did not feel heard at all. It made me feel even more alone than I already felt. Just, yeah, it was terrible. Absolutely awful. In high school, there's a tennis coach who was caught having an affair with one of his students when I was that is disgusting. What the fuck? I know my sister, she goes to high school, and she said, I think this was last year, at a school dance, I think it was homecoming, 2 kids were caught having sex outside of the school, like right outside the school. Like, I don't know what the hell has happened. Like, the worst thing, you know, before it should have been like, you know, oh, guy was caught smoking a little bit of weed. Now there's just so many terrible things. I don't know what has happened, but things just feel so terrible from what I'm hearing, at least from what my sister sees at her school. It's just awful. Awful. My oldest just started middle school, and my mom heart aches for her. Oh, I know how shitty middle school is. Generally the worst 3 years of my life were middle school. Honestly, it's up there for me too. I think 6th grade, like, there are portions of it that I didn't mind, so I wouldn't include that. But 7th, 8th, 9th grade might be the worst years of my life. Like, 10th and 11th grade were also extreme hell, and senior year was just, it was over in a blank, so I don't remember it that well. But yeah, first 3 years of high school and last 2 of middle school, yeah, literally 5 out of 7 years of school I fucking hated. At least there's 2 kids. I'm like an adult with a student. Yeah, at least, yeah. Both are bad, but one is definitely worse. Yeah. One of the staff members of my boarding school was fired for, I think, allowing one of the students to have drugs or dealing them with him. What? I don't remember the details, but therapeutic boarding school times. The kid was expelled for breaking all the glass in the school building. What? It's my first BF2. Oh, fuck. There's like 15 people that smoke across the street from my school students. One of my friends from middle school is now vaping and smoking. Makes me sad to see. Dude. Yeah. I mean, vaping and smoking is bad, especially when you're like a kid. Like middle school, that's still literal kid. Like, I just, yeah, I couldn't. If I have kids, yeah, I'm not allowing any of that stuff to be near them. And if I find out they're doing that kind of stuff, I'm gonna have a long-ass conversation with them about it. He walked through the building and smashed everything. That's insane. Holy shit. Yeah, no wonder he got expelled. I thought it was just like a window he broke or something. That's insane. Every glass door and everything? What the fuck? The woodshop teacher in middle school would go behind the school and smoke pot, then come back reeking like weed. Oh my god. It was hilarious and no one ever snitched. Honestly, if it's not affecting how he's teaching, then he still shouldn't be doing it, but it's not the biggest issue of all time. I seen into the aftermath, absolutely wild. Oh, I'd imagine. Random kid just breaks every bit of glass in the fucking school. I'd imagine the aftermath would look insane. Would you let your kids on Discord? Oh god. That's a good question. Depends on how mature the kid is. Like, are we talking like they just got into middle school and they went on Discord to hang out with their friends? I would put a specific rule in place. I'm sure they might not listen to it, but like, only talk with your friends. If it is somebody you don't know anything about, period, anything, you are forbidden from messaging them or adding them. I need to know what servers they join. Servers too, that's a big thing as well. He was a terrible teacher, but no one sawed their fingers off, so I guess he was okay. I guess. Like, if he's a terrible teacher, like you don't feel like you're learning too much, then in that case, I feel like maybe, you know, a word or two should be brought up about it. But I don't know. This is actually me. My older two have Discord, but I locked it down so they can't receive messages from people who aren't their friends. They openly share what servers they're in. Got you. You have kids? Yeah, Hannah has kids. But yeah, I have 3 kids. Yeah. I think Brittany also has 3 kids, I'm pretty sure. I think both of you have 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think she does. Doom. Doom, you're 16? Right? Are you 16 or are you 17? Blow your mind when you find out Rainy is the daddy. Yep, Rainy is in fact the daddy. This is true. Yeah, 16. Dang. So that means, wait, Hannah, is at least one of your kids older than Doom, then? Is that what that means? Oh, do you think I am side? Well, you said one just entered middle school, and then you said you have 2 that are older. Now my oldest is 11? Oh, okay. Okay. Whew. I have 2 kids, just kidding, but not really, because burbs are literally like having... Yeah, you permanently have 2 toddlers until, you know, but like... Yeah, birds are pretty, like... Since they can yap your ears off, pretty much. Oh my goodness. They're widowy babies. $11. So that would be 6th grade then, yeah, okay. I was thinking in my head, I was like, that adds up, okay. Did you know a group of parakeets is called a chatter? I didn't, but that's hilarious. My burbs wither away. I think Hannah is 33. I don't know how old Hannah is. They be yapping. Oh, I know it. I've been in VCs with you a few times, and I've just heard just squawk, squawk, squawk in the background. I think she said somewhere around 30. Somewhere around 30, so you would guess 33. You guessed near the middle of her 30s. Understood, Doom. Just turned 31? Yeah, okay. I need to move them back here again. I miss them nearby. Honestly? Do it. I was close. Buddy, you guessed a bit too high. My 3rd annual 29th... Okay, that's funny. My 3rd annual 29th birthday. Ugh. Yeah, I just referred to myself as a 20-something-year-old. That's as far as I go with my age. That's all people really know about my age. I've never said what my age is to anyone. Except that I'm in my 20s. A lot of people, I kid you not, a lot of people, which you know, might not be hard to believe, a lot of people assume I'm like anywhere from 16 to 19. So I'm like, oh. 20-something is valid. 21 to 29, who knows? Yeah, who knows? We'll never know. Unless somebody steals my ID, we'll never know. I'm gonna guess Side's age. He is 22. That's a fair guess, honestly. As Jezza is 22, 23, I think, and Side sounds more mature than him. To an extent. There's definitely some things, like, when it comes to tech, I feel like Jezza definitely, he sounds more mature than me. Unless it's like AI, but... Post the ID and SS card for validation or something, you know? Yeah, I'll definitely be doing that for sure. I've gotten 22 before. People always guess younger. Because, Icy, you look younger than what your age is. By a long shot. You do not look around 30 at all. You really don't. Like, I'm 5'9". Yeah, you're also tall. But yeah, most people have guessed I'm around 16 and 19. It's because, like, voice-wise, I don't have, like, a really deep guy voice or anything like that. I sound like... I also voice crack a good bit as well. Little bro, I'm 6'1". Wait, Icy is 30? I said around 30. I genuinely thought Jezza was like 5'6", 5'7" until I'm meeting him IRL. How tall is Jezza? I don't know how tall Jezza is. Jezza gives off either he's going to be in the lower 5-foot region or he's going to be 6 foot. I don't feel like there's any in between with that, man. Think he's 6 foot? Okay. Take out the 5, 6... Okay, bro. Okay, man. Ugh. Fucking 6'7". No way he's 6 foot. I mean, he's around Caveman's height, and Caveman's around 6 foot, isn't he? So that would add up. Michael is 6'6". Holy shit. Rainy is 5'10", and he's a solid 2 or 3 inches taller than Rainy. Damn! Okay. So Icy is older than me? Icy is in fact older than you, Andy. Andy, did you think Icy was younger than you? I'm taller than my mom by a lot. Side is 6'7". I fucking wish. Actually, no, I don't wish. I'd be banging my head on so much shit. I will end your blood. Hey, Doom, that's my line, bro. What the hell, man? Also, Doom, long time no see, by the way, man. Dude, Dim, I'm gonna be honest for a second. I'm gonna be nice to you, which is not something I usually am. But, I honestly got nervous that I pissed you off because it might come off a bit harsh on you at times. So, if that ever is the case, Doom, where I am just, you know, I'm, what's it called? Treating you as the butt of the joke too much, just let me know, man. If anything, Side would extend my family. Nah, I'm kidding. What the fuck, bro? All good? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I just don't want you feeling like, you know, being shitted on. So I'd ever you farted in your bed and wait for it to marinate, then pull the blanket over your head so you could smell the aroma. I'm not answering that. What the fuck? I will say this though. I definitely know there are some guys that I used to go to school with that have unironically said that. Unironically. Is this a common thing guys do? Andy, have you ever done that? I need to know. Or is this just a degenerate young person answer? I'm a grandma, Andy. There's a reason Icy's name in the Discord is Grandma Icicle. Done what Doom just said. What Doom's most recent message said. Have you done that? Hannah's an evil creature. Oh, he isn't answering. We know why. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I'm not answering because it's weird. I don't know if I want to answer that. Andy, I'm literally 29. Icy is in fact 29. Yeah. Old Dude, you're 16. Be quiet. You're young You're like Gen Alpha, bro. You don't have a good opinion, okay? That's what that means. No. Hold on. I'm looking it up. What year did Gen Alpha start? Let me see this. In 2010. Yeah, so, Doom, you're 16. It is 2026. I'm November 2009. You're barely, you're pushing your luck. You are really like, you're borderline Gen Alpha. 29, side you're 20. No, I was reading what Icy said. No, I'm not 29. That you know of. I might be. Who knows? I could be 29. I could be 23. 24, could be 21, could even be 20. Hell, I could be lying to you right now. It could be 19. I'm not. But I could be. Hell, I could be bullshit and I could be 37 years old. You know, I could be unk status. I could be in my 40s. Still Gen Z. You're barely Gen Z, dude. Chat, what if Side is in his 40s? You'll never know. Nobody in here realistically thinks I'm in my 40s. Hell, I'd be willing to bet people probably don't even think I'm in my 30s in here. I'd assume most people think I'm either a teenager or I'm in my 20s. I was half asleep and I heard Side say that. It woke my ass up immediately. Okay, bro. Not once did I care how old you were, but now that it's mysterious, I want to know. Literally nobody knows. Rogue is someone I've known the longest here. I think, Rogue, when did I meet you? Was it 23 or was it 20? No, it was definitely in 23. It was like early 23 though, right? No. Was it? Was it 23 or was it 22? 23, I think? Okay. Yeah, I met Rogue in 2023. One of the first people I met, if I remember correctly. It was either 23 or late 22. Yeah, I don't remember either. I can't look at your freaking follow thing because you followed me pretty late, if I remember. But we've known each other for a while. And like I said, Rogue's known me for like 3-4 years. And she still doesn't know. Side is 27. Andy, that was supposed to be a secret, man. Why'd you have to say that? If Side is in his 40s, he has great genes. Thank you. Yeah, I will say, my family, they either don't have good genes or they have some of the best. It's going to be a coin flip on whatever I get. If y'all know Caveman Too Easy, I hope I get whatever he's got. Because he looks phenomenal, dude. He's awesome. Because I think he's like mid-30s or late 30s, something like that, someone told me. Dude, he looks incredible. Met you while I was Yes! I met you when you were like, if your phone was dying, you had to literally walk like a mile or some shit like that to get your phone charged. Like, I've been through your whole, like, early 20s arc, pretty much. Goblin. Rogue. Sorry, I'm late to the party. I just got home. Welcome, Ethan. He's 37, 38. I think he does look good for his age, though. He really does. He looks like late 20s, early 30s. He does not look like he's in his late 30s. He really doesn't. I think it helps that he hangs out with a crowd of people that is like in their early 20s as well. So like he doesn't, you know, get noticed for being, you know, one of the older people in the group, you know. But like when I heard his age, I was like, there's no fucking way he is. And they're like, yeah, he's that old. I'm like, wow. I'm like, first of all, that old? Buddy. 70s, that's when we're getting to the that old age. Late 30s is not that old. 2026, goal to get even more tattoos this year. Do you have one tattoo set on your mind, Icy? I'm not my older 20s. Oh, I know you're not, Doom. Doom, you came off as like... You were either like late teens or mid-teens. There's no in between. Doom is a boomer? Yeah, the day that sentence becomes true. Holy. This dude is literally just saying 6, 7 in my chat 2 minutes ago. Like, there's no shot. And he hangs out with me. Well, you know what I mean, Doom. Like, I said, he, like, typically most people, like, you know, Jezza server, Gav server, are around 20s, mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s. You know, it's like, early 30s is usually, like, you know, the big cutoff was, you know, there being, like, very few people that are above that, and Caveman being one of them. I had to go around the effing bathrooms at the campground and sit outside with food in a chair and sit there for hours. Even seeing fucking bears. Yeah, Rogue, I'm gonna be honest. That shit was crazy to me. Helped me get a tattoo, Icy. I think I got 3 last year. It makes me feel less weird hanging out with early mid-20s. Yeah, I will say, there's just something about Caveman, dude. Like, he's just always awesome to be around. Like, he could just be just chilling there vibing, and he's just awesome. There's like 2 more of my drawings tattooed on me. Fair. Feel like we got a minor in here. Everyone run. We have a unironically, we have a few. That being Doom and Ethan. And if Slime comes in here, that'll make 3. My boomer mom thought a Christmas 6-7 shirt. Oh my god. She works in an elementary school, but I rolled so hard when she showed me. Oh my god. Didn't you try to make me adopt you for free healthcare? Oh my god, that's true. You're Canadian? Doom is in fact Canadian. That's a big reason a lot of people shit on him. And Gracie. And Slime. All 3 of them are Canadian. And so is Para. Para's like the one who gets it the most other than Gracie, I'd say. Like, Gracie and Para get shit on for being Canadian so much. And they're honestly so chill about it. But honestly, dude... I think people that shit on them for being Canadian, they just need to put the fries in the baggie. I don't know if I want them colored or not, but I sent them. Is your dad hot, Doom? What the... Hannah trying to get with Doom's dad so she can get that free healthcare. That's insane. I saw a video of the bears. I think that's insane. You can show them on stream if you want. Bet. I think I should judge that side. Is my... Dad, so you judge it valid, but also tired. I am... Doom, if I was your dad, I would have been like... Oh, God. I would be like, before I was a teenager, dude. Brittany also tried. I come back and got told to run. No, you didn't get told to run. It was like, oh, there's minors in here, we gotta run. How long was I even asleep for, by the way, before the damn age thing happened? I think you were asleep for a solid hour and 20, maybe? Due to the new Canadian citizenship, I am eligible to apply for Canadian citizenship. My husband works for the U.S. government, so I gotta make sure it doesn't cause issues there first. I just want to cross the border without a cavity search. That's fair. If I was your dad, had to be an hour rogue. If it was a bit, yeah. If I was Doom's dad, I would have had him at 15. Damn. Isn't it crazy? I know this might be a bit off topic, but like having him at 15, that reminds me. I had a conversation with someone the other day. I forget who it was, but they're like, isn't it crazy that teenage pregnancies are getting kind of normalized? I was like, what do you mean? That's being normalized? They're like, yeah. Haven't you seen there's like TV shows being made about teenage pregnancy and like supporting it? And I'm like, okay. Like there are very few cases where I'm like, okay, sure. You know, and there are very few cases where I'm like, okay, cool. But like for the most part, I'm like, that's just weird. I don't know if I want the paintbrush colored, but I want the other one prop colored. Oh, I need to look at the tats. Damn it. Damn, had a good nap then? Yeah, I'd say it was a pretty solid nap. If my kid comes home pregnant at 15, 16, I will cry for the rest of my life. I'm so nervous being a girl mom. That's honestly really fair. Oh, man. Because I know my grandma had my mom when she was in high school. So there's that off rip. As for my great grandma, I don't know about her if she did or not. I know my mom waited till she was like 20, 21, something like that. I think she was like, I don't remember actually. It might have been fresh out of school, who knows. As for me, had a pregnancy scare at 16. So Side, when are you gonna come visit? Visit what, Canada? I don't know if I'm gonna visit Canada anytime soon. I wouldn't mind it. I'd be down to go to Canada someday. Definitely, like, I'd say if me and Para become closer friends, definitely want to go visit him at some point, because he's awesome. Fucking love that dude. He's so funny. One thing I will say is, like, I think out of everyone, Para's, like, definitely in the upper echelon of people where it's, like, he and I have clashed so beautifully, I will say. And we just bounce off each other so well. I drew the paintbrush specifically so I can get it tattooed. Oh, shit. If you're a Sigma dad side, your aura has to be a high Sigma, so your 6-7 has to be on point. Let me tell you something right now, Andy. I will never do the 6-7, even if my kid finds it funny. I will never do that. Ever. There is stuff I will be putting my foot down, and 6-7 is one of them. Like, because it's not even funny. It's just not. There's like one time where I have genuinely laughed at that, and that was yesterday when Ataz, who was in here earlier, was a Vecna who I played against on the PTB. Like, not the new Vecna, Dungeons and Dragons Vecna. On the PTB, I played against him. And Vecna, if he's holding out a certain ability, he moves his hands up and down like he's doing the 6-7 thing. So that's like the only time I've genuinely laughed at it, because it was pretty funny. Indie help. People think that I look 20 and sound 18. Is this a W? Yeah, Ethan, you definitely sound like on the younger side. Like, I think partially some of it is maybe the mic quality you have. I think whatever mic you're using, it makes you sound a bit younger than you actually are. But I'd say you definitely sound like you're around 17. Looks wise, I don't know what you look like. Are you on the east or west side? I am East Coast. I am Ohio. Live in Ohio, unfortunately. I don't think I've seen a pic of you, but you definitely sound older than you are. Yeah. Like, you sound 17, 18, if I'm being honest. I look 16 to 18, but I'm 25. Yeah, Rogue, you look like a child, I'll be honest, man. You do not look like you're 25. You do not look like you should even be in your 20s, period. I look early 20s, but I'm almost 30. Yeah, I see, exactly. I'm gonna go play DBD now. Good night, Pookie. Doom, are you gonna play the PTB? I fucking do. You really do. Without facial hair, I look 15, but without facial hair, I'm like 26, 27. Andy, I remember, I think it was Mish posted a picture of you, but then it got deleted almost immediately. But I saw a glance of it because I was randomly looking in the chat. So I remember seeing your face briefly, but I don't remember it. Like, it was literally for like a solid 2 seconds. I look 45, and I highly doubt that. I strongly doubt you look like you're in your 40s, period. I highly doubt that. Huh? The what? The PTV? For the new Stranger Things stuff. Are you going to play that? Or are you going to play on the live service that doesn't have it? I will check that. Sorry, I'm just constantly reading chat. I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me look at this. Let me look at this shiz. Let me see this bear you're looking at. Them's is black bears. That is 3 bears, Rogue. What the fuck, bro? Why were you so close to 3 bears, dude? Them fuckers were approaching you in the second video. What the shit? You want to see how I love like? Did you mean look like or did you mean love like? I'm assuming look like. Yes. The PTB crashed 5 times, so I abandoned it. T is for testing. This is true, Ethan. That is true. Look like Jesus Christ. The damn autocorrect. It's a mama and 2 babies. Oh, yeah. I need to charge my phones. Rogue wants to meet the We Bear Bears IRL. Oh my god. I had to stay. You had to stay because you needed to charge your phone. That's so fucked. Alright, now let me look at Icy's stuff. Alright, so this is one of them. Which, I'm not gonna lie, it looks sick as hell. What the fuck? Yeah, if you get that tattooed, where are you gonna get that tatted at? You see my drawing set? Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. My right forearm. Oh, right here. I kid you not. You could definitely hear the gears turning in my head. Oh my god. I was like, right forearm? Forearm? Oh. Oh my Christ. Oh my god. I don't think I've had like a bigger stutter on stream in a hot minute like that. And this is the other one. Ooh. Looks like a hand reaching out of a portal to grab some flowers. That's what that looks like. Or were you thinking about getting that one? I don't know where I'd get the other one. Okay, that answers my question. Let me think. Where would this go good at? Honestly? You could honestly... Oh my god. I'm trying to think of what the part of the body is. Like... the sternum, that's what it is. That could... I mean, depending on how comfortable you would be with that, that could go good there, maybe? That too? Wait, let me see what you put. Maybe like an upper arm or like ribs, I don't know. Yeah, ribs was the other one I was thinking of. I don't know why I couldn't remember the names of body parts for a second. But yeah, I think sternum could look cool because it looks like it's thinned out enough where it could look good there, potentially. And on the ribs, yeah, I could see the ribs as well. I'd say like one of those two would be really good, personally. Like, you could either have it on the side of your rib or whatever, you know? I think it could look good on either or. But I love that drawing. I did so much. What, this one or the paintbrush? I'm assuming you mean this one? Because this is the one we're looking at. You look at the bottom piece going through the middle between your breasts. That could work, too. I mean, it depends. I mean, you could keep it, like, at this angle, or you could flip it into a different pose. Like, flip this on its side, put it upside down, like... Or you could keep it in set position it is. I don't know. This one, I love my paintbrush, but this drawing was originally a sketch in my sketchbook. Gotcha. I like both of these, but, like, in terms of creativity, like, the other one is, you know, it's a really glorified paintbrush. This one is, like, you have to think about what's going on here, like, what exactly you're looking at, you know? Like, to me, it really does feel like it's a hand reaching through, like, a fucking portal. Like, one of those portals you'd see from, like, Deadpool and Wolverine. And, you know, just grabbing some flowers out. Maybe not a portal from that, per se, but, you know. That's any pic of me. Now, don't dox me like how he did you, bruh. Alright, you guys ready to see a picture of Andy? I'm just kidding. My eyes only. Oh, that's actually a fucking cute-ass pupper, bro. What the fuck? Damn, Andy, you hot as shit, bruh. Packing a cannoli down there, too? What the fuck? He was the one that passed away. Oh man, he looks like such a good boy. This guy. I drew a tattoo, but in high school, a dragon wrapped around a cross and staring at you. Ooh, that sounds cool too. I see you here, this guy. Andy, can I see? I want to mainly see the pup. Damn. Rogue just said, Andy, you know, you're great and all, but I'd rather see your dog. That's insane. And you're in LA, right? Otherwise, why do you have an LA hat on? Yes, LA. Okay. So if you don't live in LA, why you got that hat on, bro? It's like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that dog's cute. What kind of breed is that dog again? I know what it is, but I don't remember the name. I'm bored, not of stream, but in general. Let's... that dog is fucking adorable, by the way. Not me gonna ask my BF if he lives in Hawaii because he's a hat from Hawaii that says Hawaii. That reminds me of the message Andy said the other day. I forget what word Andy said like 8 times in one sentence. But you just said Hawaii, 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 Hawaii. Like, it reminds me exactly of that. Were you going for that? Or was it like unironically that's what happened? It was yesterday? Yeah. I did it on purpose? Okay. I was gonna see, if you unironically did that, then you and Andy are more alike than I thought. It was yesterday. What word was it? What word was it? I forget the word, but you said it like 5 times in a row. And then you immediately replied with, ignore how many times I said said word. You know, like, it was yesterday, dumbass. Oh, I thought you were saying like it happened yesterday. I was like, the word yesterday. Yeah, you said yesterday like 4 or 5 times. I'm fucking crying. the way he worded it, he said it was yesterday, LOL. Like, I see this fucking guy. What do you expect me to do? What? It's read like how it says it was yesterday, not like the word was yesterday. Bro, Andy, you are one of the... You're a special breed. You know that? You really are. You're something, dude. You're something. Bro, I'm laughing out loud. Bro, I swear, Andy, you and I have, like, one of the best back and forths, to be honest. Like, especially with shit like this. You say something stupid, and then it gets me riled up, and then you just doubled the hell down on it. And it just gets me even more riled up, or vice versa. In chat, sometimes you'll get so sick of whatever shit I'm saying that you'll start spamming caps. Like... Icy breathe. Icy chill. Ugh. That's a throwback right there. Holy shit. Who remembers Icy chill? Yeah. That was a big one. Gee, not the Icy chill. Yeah, we had to stop doing that because we said it so much. Like, that was like a default response for some people. Because it was just a classic. It was crazy. It was. It ended up being a bit too much. Like, it got used way too much with certain stuff that was just like, you know, some stuff where, you know, it shouldn't have been associated with. So, kind of had to stop. I was like, yeah, pretty much. So I was asleep for a damn hour and you only did 13 on the tier list. For shame. Because we got yapping. Pibble came into chat and we started talking about John, Mr. John KW himself. We started talking about that man and, you know, his tournaments and stuff. Then Hannah came in. We started talking with Hannah as well. Then we got freaking Doom in here and Andy in here. Icy came back. Rogue, then you woke up. Like, dude, Hannah, this is turning into a freaking Jezza stream where he just yaps for 2 hours before he plays games for like 30 minutes. Like, this is what this is turning into right now. I'd be rolling on the floor. If you, me, Rogue, and Icy were in a VC, Icy would be crying. No, for real. I feel like Icy and Rogue both would be crying, and it would just be you and me going at each other's throats about the word yesterday. I low-key enjoy the Yap sessions, I'm not gonna lie. I do too, honestly. They're my favorite part of streams, just chatting it up with you guys. You know? I fucking love it so much. I got that special touch of Tiz. Oh my god. I think we all got a little bit of that. You know, all of us have a little bit of it, then Doom has a lot of it. Doom has an astronomical amount of it. This man, like, we were talking about height and he just spams 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", like... Mama says I got it too. I'm actually diagnosed for real. Dude, I need to go see if I have some. I need to see if I have, like, a little bit of a morsel of the tism, you know? Don't roast Doom while he's not here. But that's, like, the best part. He also said he's fine with it, so. Also, back to my LA hats side. It's like you saying you see a Chicago guy with a Chicago Cubs hat, and you ask them, are you from Chicago? Well, because, Andy, there's some people that just like said teams from a state. Like, you know, there are people who are here in Ohio who rock with Michigan merch. You know, I know they're obviously from Ohio, but I'm assuming they're just like the Michigan team more. Yeah. When I was 12. The only thing I have diagnosed is depression and anxiety. So. Those are the two things I've been diagnosed with. Me and New York hats with hats that say New York. I had one hat that said Ohio, and I don't know what the hell happened to it. I truly do not. I do, however, because for some reason our mascot here is a Buckeye. And back in school, I made a necklace that had like Ohio colored beads with little Buckeyes around it. And I literally have that necklace like on my what's it called? The front of my bed. What's that part called? Oh my god. The headboard. I have it on my headboard. What the heck is a Buckeye? This right here is a Buckeye. This is a Buckeye. And on top of that, it can get turned into some yummy ass candy, bro. Chocolate with peanut butter in the middle. Oh! Brown nuts? Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. That is our mascot. Have you ever heard of Brutus Buckeye? Say hello to Brutus goddamn Buckeye, ladies and gentlemen. The boy, the Ohio State mascot. I thought the only Buckeye was candy? I wish, man. I wear a Denver hoodie at least twice as much as anything normal, and I don't live in Denver. I wish. That's honestly valid. I can give my list. Give me a moment. Ahem. Oh, God. I'm more concerned about not being able to eat baked goods like cookies and cake, chocolate bars, or drink milk. But I can drink chocolate milk, eat ice cream and cheese, sweet tea, cupcakes, and muffins. Damn. That's a lot. Autism, borderline personality disorder, disorder, bipolar. I read bipolar and disorder at the same time, so I said disorder. Bipolar 1, OCD, PTSD, general anxiety is what I've been diagnosed with over the years. I think everything is accurate except bipolar. I always had the doctors arguing. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, I ain't a doctor, but I ain't seeing no bipolar stuff from you, to be honest. I'll BRB. Alright. Yeah. I think everything else I can kind of see from what I've heard from you. So, that, yeah, I think literally the bipolar thing is it. So that's my argument among doctors. Do you believe it, Icy? Or do you think it's just something that was falsely diagnosed, but you're just sticking with anyway? I went for an ADHD diagnosis so I can get meds to function properly, and left with like 4 different diagnoses, including social phobia, and I was kind of offended. Honestly, I'd say other than like online stuff, depending on what exactly it means, I'm going to assume I know what that means, then I might have a degree of it. We think I'm lactose sensitive and sensitive to some sugars, but we don't. Dude, I am so lactose intolerant, but guess what? I don't care. I really don't. And you know what the weird part is? I eat Taco Bell a lot. And that shit has a lot of cheese. Yet my body doesn't get affected by it. But with milk, holy shit. My body hates my ass, dude. Literally. Perfect time for an ad. I think I was diagnosed with it and drugged heavily on meds for so long. They didn't want to believe I had borderline until I started showing signs when I went through a huge medication change. Okay. If I could stay at my house and never leave, I would. I literally hate interacting with people IRL. Honestly, same. Unless it's people like I know, then I hate going out in public and possibly interacting with somebody who I don't know. Like, oof. For like 10 years. I feel like the extent of that is like, because I do cashier stuff at the hospital for the gift shop. I feel like that I'm fine with, because you meet some pretty nice people in there. You don't have to worry about potentially interacting with bad people, like, ever. I've only had one bad experience with someone. Actually, technically 2. One person made me feel nervous, but they hit me with a just kidding about something. Because I was giving somebody back their change and they said, this is not correct. And I was like, my heart sank for a second because I was like, I've never been wrong. And they're like, I'm just kidding. And then they just walked away. Like, I died for a second, dude. I was overly medicated. It sounds like it. Like, yeah, I'd believe that 100%. Okay, back, what did you say, Side, after you've read mine? I said I am also with you there with lactose sensitivity as well. Except for Taco Bell for some reason. My body handles that like a champ. For like 10 years? Holy fuck, dude. That is horrible. Like, what the fuck are them doctors doing? Gotta go pick up my kid. Enjoy the rest of stream. I'll catch you later if you're still live. I'll probably still be live, to be honest. Won't be live tomorrow, though. I got some stuff with family that they need my assistance with. So. One of them being my mom needs help with stuff. So I promised I'd go over to her place and help her out. Fuck, I see I'm starting to hear. Yeah. Like, that's just... What the fuck, dude? Like, when I tell you I was put on lithium at 13 years old and overdosed on it at the hospital because they fucked up. Holy shit. Lithium? Christ. I have a long history. It's a series of unfortunate events. Yeah, I've heard some of them. I haven't heard all of it, but I've heard a few things here and there about, you know, some stuff. KK side. I eat tacos like crazy. We making tacos tonight. Oh. No, I want tacos, Rogue. What's wrong with you? I didn't get off lithium until I heard I had actual kidney failure in 2017. It gave me the kidney failure. The worst fucking medicine. Oh, yeah. Lithium is not good. There's, like, rarely... from what I've heard and seen, rarely any times has lithium helped someone. But people it does help, hey, good for them. But, like, lithium is just... Ugh. That should be, like, a last-ditch effort. As for the kidney failure, holy fuck, dude. Did you have to get, like, a replaced kidney? Or, like, technically... Okay. I want to say something... Or I have a question. If you actually did. If you had to get a new kidney. I had meds in middle school for ADHD, but it stopped me from eating through the day. But... had something when I was a baby at 1, but I got a seizure, or it could be I got 1 and they put me on meds. Can't remember. Yeah, I took anxiety meds in, like, I think starting late in middle school, and I stopped eating as much in school. Like, I really didn't eat too much. Before, I would down everything in my lunchbox, but then I would eat like 3 things and call it there. Everything is wrong with me? Same here. There's so much wrong with me. It's mostly mentally. Lithium just even sounds bad? No, it truly does. It's bad. I didn't get a new kidney. I caught it early on, and my kidneys were able to bounce back. Only a little. They're just permanently damaged. Fuck, dude. Okay, because I was about to say, if you had to get a new kidney... I don't know how true this is. I just heard about this recently. Is that when you need to get a new kidney, they don't actually take out the old one. They just put in a new one, and then you have 3 kidneys, but one of them it's just there. I don't know how true that is, but that is just what I was told. I was like, if that's true, that is interesting. So I was heard they put it in like a different spot. So, kidneys can grow back from a portion taken out of it. Because after my second hiatal hernia repair surgery, my pancreas got permanently damaged. Fuck, dude. I think the one thing that is, like, it's still damaged is my stomach. Like, literally, the moment I was born... I've had issues trouble eating. I had this thing called pyloric stenosis. I wouldn't blame any of you if you've never heard of it, because what the fuck. But basically, what pyloric stenosis is just really common in newborns, like, you know, infants. And what it does is it prevents the body from being able to digest any food. So you're constantly throwing up food. So when I was, you know, given formula and, you know, milk and whatnot, I was just constantly throwing it up. It was really bad. Thankfully, my late great aunt was a nurse, or former nurse, and she, you know, took the liberty of doing what the doctors wouldn't do, and ended up saving my life. So I now have a permanent scar on the right side of my stomach. And yeah, I end up getting really, when I do get sick, it's either chest or stomach. Like, if I get sick, one of the two is going to hurt like hell until I am fully better. And even then, most of the time, I don't get fully better. I just get sick again with something else. And it just trades off into whatever else. So I rely on medicine for the rest of my life now to just digest food. Yeah, that fucking sucks. At least you're able to digest food, period. You know? At least, you know, that's a plus that you're able to do that still, but it still fucking blows. The fastest organ I can grow back is your skin, I think. It most certainly is. Because the other day, a part of my finger got peeled off. And it's already pretty much fully back, so. It's just a small pill, but if I don't take it, I basically go through malabsorption and, like, feel like I'm gonna pass out. Jesus. That's where that scar came from? Yeah. The scar came from, you know, like I said, I've had it since I was like 3 weeks old or something like that. This morning taking it usually works for like 5 hours at a time. Fuck, dude. My stomach is still technically in my chest. Hiatal hernia for the 3rd time. Ugh. The surgery, though, is different and more dangerous. So I just haven't gotten it because the surgeon doesn't want to do it. They don't want to do it because, like, are they personally worried about how to do it? Or are they worried there's going to be some pretty significant complications with it? Also, I'm so sorry. I have to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it in for the past 45 minutes. And just like, we've just been nonstop talking. But like, I feel like I have to rip the pouch, honestly. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I decided to grab some water while I was at it. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. This might be TMI, but I'll just say one of the longest pees I've ever had. Holy crap. So one of the ones where it did not stop. Anyway, hold on, let me scroll up. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the heart. That's a pretty significant thing you do not want to be hitting. He's gonna have a bladder issue if he keeps this up. I probably will, to be honest. It's like a chest and stomach surgery, so 2 surgeons are needed to cut open my torso. I can go through my stomach, there's a high chance it'll work. I think, like, oh my god. I had the doctor appointment. Suffered through throwing up for months and then it stopped. Jesus. Go cook my tacos. If you'll hear in an hour, they'll be back. Love you, Sad and Icy. Love you too, Rogue. And yeah, I'm still definitely gonna be here. We have a lot of this tier list to do on top of this, so. Alright, let me read the rest. Here, let me turn up the music a little bit while I'm just gonna read this in my head because this is a lot. So, I'm sorry, I don't want to wear my voice out any more than it already is. So here you go. Alright, let me get back to reading this. You all good? Aye. This is like trapped gas. Third time is insane. I'm so sorry, Icy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you've been put through the fucking ringer. You're a goddamn warrior. My god. I'm like, why me? I don't know. It's one question we always be asking, you know, when crazy shit like that happens. You know, everyone goes through their own battles. You know, some are a lot harder and more tedious than others. You know, don't know why any of it happens. I really don't. And why it happens to good people as well is beyond me. Some people are just bad, get let off the hook, you know, because, you know, there's some people that are really kind and sweet that just get, you know, like you, that just get put through some horrible, horrifying shit. Then there's some people that don't even know what struggle is and get, you know, blessed with everything. Donald Trump. You know, so I don't know. I don't know why stuff like that works the way it does, but yeah. Just I really do hope things get better for you and for DZ, because both of you, like, have just been put through so fucking much. Like, both of you are some of the nicest, kind-hearted people I've met that are always there when people need them. So, like, why you guys are being put into such a struggle, it truly is not fair at all. It just isn't. It's so much? Yeah, it is so much. Yeah, near the same time, I'd say. Like, I'd say when DC started, you know, having his issues with his leg, is like when your stuff started coming back and you started having a bit more issues. then just escalated from there, you know? DZ literally almost died. Like, it is an actual miracle how that guy is, like, doing as well as he is. Which, I'm so happy that DZ's doing better. He's still not in a great spot right now, but, you know, the way things are going, I would like to assume, you know, in like 5 years for sure, I'd imagine he's gonna be back to, you know, regular DZ again, instead of having to be put through all this pain. I'm happy too. My first surgery was 2020 to 2022. In October 2023 is when I last went to the ER. Yeah, I remember 23. You were like in and out of places, weren't you? I think that was the year. Like, stuff was just constantly happening that year, if I remember correctly. 2023 I was starting up 10. That's right. Yeah. Because I remember, like, you were in, like, Twinkle and True stream and my streams as well. And, you know, you would talk for, like, a little bit. But then you would, like, disappear for a bit because, you know, you were just throwing up so much. That I do remember. Yeah, it was really bad. Thankfully, it's not to that point where you're throwing up like every 20 minutes now, you know. At least I would hope it's not anywhere close to that, you know. Because, you know, just from how it sounded, because you briefly did talk about it, it just, yeah, did not sound like fun, you know. I went in a VC with Tyna and DZ and would literally have to go throw up while we were watching anime. It was so bad. That I do remember. And I think it was, yeah, you and me were watching a movie together. I think it was Howl's Moving Castle? Was it Howl? It was something Moving Castle. That movie was great, by the way. Thank you for showing me that. And I think during, like, the end, like, you were gone for a good portion of it because you were constantly throwing up. Yeah, felt so bad. I mute a bunch. Yeah, it got so bad. I think nearing the end, you had to resort to typing in the VC chat because, like, for like a solid 30-40 minutes, like, it was just you typing in there. Like, you couldn't talk. It was that bad. Yeah, you can confirm. Yeah, it was pretty ass. Yeah. But thankfully, it's not to that point where it's, like, you know, happening that much. There's a word I'm thinking of right now. But, oh my god, there's a word I have. I want to look it up, see if it's the right word. I don't think it is. Yeah, okay. It was happening very vigorously. That's the word I was thinking of. Vigorously. I wanted to make sure I was right with that, so I just looked it up. Yeah. For something to happen with a lot of force. Or intensity and whatnot. Yeah. It was a very intense thing, so I want to say maybe March 2024 it stopped. Yeah, in 2024 for sure, it definitely simmered. You know, it would still happen from time to time, but it was nothing like how it was in 23. Yeah, because I definitely do remember it happened for a little, like an actual little bit in 24, but it was nowhere as bad as it was in 23. Thank God for that. I remember February was so bad. DC mentioned to me, like, this was so bad. Yeah. It was at a point where it was, like, pretty much unbearable for you. Like, you couldn't do too much without just throwing up. It was bad. At least somewhat better. Yeah, I'm glad you are too. It was physically draining every time I threw up. It'd make me cry. Yeah. Like during, yeah. I have no idea why. I'm the same when I'm sick. Whenever I throw up, I end up crying. So I don't know if that's just a normal thing that happens when throwing up or what. But like, literally, even if it's just a little bit, I just start watering. I think it was just so violent. That makes sense. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure. I read somewhere that's like a normal thing for the human body to do when something so violently is happening to your body. When you are in immense pain, it causes that reaction of like you're crying. You know, it's like when a toddler gets hurt, for example. It's like the worst pain in the world for them, even if it's just like a stub of the toe. They just bawl tears because that pain is just so immeasurable for them, even though it's more so just mental, you know? So like mental pain, physical pain, depending on how violent that pain is, it triggers that tear flow, you know? That's what I read. I'm not sure how entirely true it is, but it seems accurate at the very least. So I don't know. I'd assume that's what the cause of the crying was. I just, you know, because you were throwing up so violently, it was causing, you know, that reaction. At least that's what I feel like the best option to go with is. Again, not a doctor. So, don't quote me on this. But, yeah. Just what I'd assume at this point. Alrighty. I was supposed to say, I had to squint to look at that. I couldn't tell if that was someone writing notes or someone strumming a banjo very violently. It's like from a distance, I just see the white, it looks like a white circle from a distance and just a black line. I'm like, that's a banjo. Nope, that's an animal taking notes. Alrighty. Well, you know what? I think we should probably get to this tier list. I've been live for 3.5 hours. And we have gotten through, what is this, 13 characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, wait, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah, 13 characters. And we have, how many is in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28. Then we got 32, 46, 60, 74. We have 76 characters left to do. And one of them is just a straight up cat. Get to the list right now. Yeah, we're gonna, what time is it? It is 5:30. I would not be shocked if we're here till 8, to be honest. Because, like, I think the past, like, 2.5 hours alone show how much, just, like, I love yapping with you guys. Alright. So, again, because I know some people came in late, what this is it's every single licensed character, specifically character. So, like, no costumes. So, like, for example, Attack on Titan, you have Dwight dressing up as Eren Yeager. That's not Eren Yeager. It's Dwight just dressing like him. So that's not going to count. But for the Oni, he's an actual armored Titan. Like, it transforms him into a different character. He's not just wearing a costume. So, you know, that skin and the spirit skin get a pass. So, you know, we're basing it off of how accurate the character looks to what they're based off of, how cool their killer power is if they have a power, and how accurate their perks are in terms of definition of what, like, the name is, you know, rather. I'll be back. Alrighty, I say. Yeah, I don't blame you. This is DBD, not something you're really interested in that much, so I get it. Alright. So, next up, we got a franchise, which I know of it, right? I've watched, I think it was Silent Hill 2. I watched a movie of it because it was on Netflix. I had nothing better to do. And one, I thought the movie was mid. And two, like, aside from that, I have not seen anything Silent Hill other than James looking at a Silent Hill sign in a meme. That's it. So, off rip, I think I'm going to find every Silent Hill character off of here and just put them all in one kind of category. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, where's Maria? Maria! Then I swear there was one more that came out. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Because there's like a few franchises on here where it's like, I'm not that familiar with them. I don't know how to rank these. Silent Hill is one of those where it's like, I've seen a movie. And that movie, it had Cheryl in it. Or at least a version of her. Yeah. And Cheryl, she's fine. She looks accurate. Pyramid Head also, he looks accurate, so, you know. Count these two, you know. That's pretty cool. Pyramid Head's power seems pretty fitting from what I've seen as well. So Pyramid Head also gets brownie points on top of that. Now, in terms of Pyramid Head as a killer, we have his perks. We have Deathbound, Trail of Torment, and Forced Penance. And from, again, what I've seen very little of this character, again, seems accurate. So, off rip, I think Pyramid Head is like high 8s here at the bare minimum. As for Cheryl Mason, though, man, good old Cheryl Mason. Where do I put this crazy lady? She has Soul Guard, Blood Pact, and Repressed Alliance. I don't know how any of these, like, fit the greatest with her character, because if I'm being honest, it's like I said, Cheryl was really bland, so I don't remember her all too well. Pyramid Head, like I said, I'll put him in the high A tier. Cheryl, I'll throw Cheryl in C tier. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Lisa from Silent Hill, I'm just gonna pull this up on my phone because it's faster. I'm just gonna judge them off of appearance. Lisa looks incredibly accurate. So, I think she goes here, honestly. Then we got James. And James got made fun of so hard when he first came out. I remember that. And honestly, he doesn't look too far off. He just looks even more exhausted. I don't know. I guess he's alright. I think I'll throw him right here with Cheryl. He could have looked a lot better, for sure. For sure. Then we got Maria. And I'll be honest, dude. I think Maria looks really good, if not maybe better. So I think Maria, I'm gonna have to throw an S here. I think she looks super good. I really do. And then, what's this person's name? Is it Alyssa? Alyssa, something like that. And from this screenshot from the game I'm looking at, yeah, looks about right. It seems pretty accurate as well. I'll put her in A tier. Next up, we got Sybil. One that I actually bought because I thought it looked cool. And other than Tat being a detective, we didn't have, like, you know, a true blue police officer character yet. So I bought her because of that. I don't know. Honestly, it looks kind of mid compared to how she looks in the game. I think I'll throw her also in C tier. Face-wise, she looks a lot better in the actual Silent Hill screenshots that I'm seeing. I don't know. Alright. Next up, we have some things you could consider to be just straight up skins. But I consider them, like, special enough so where it's like, yeah, I consider these like their own kind of character for the said, you know, killer. So we got the look-see for the Doctor. Now, I'm gonna be so completely honest. Look-see should have 100% have been a skin for the Trapper. Without a doubt. Why is he a skin for the Doctor? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Look-see, like, he makes a little kind of sound. Like, he doesn't really make too much noise. Trapper doesn't make too much noise except when he gets sense. He goes, ugh. And you could have just made the sound change to like, just a little bit. You don't have to change it too much. Like, Look-see setting up traps is more fitting than him throwing electric waves at you. You know? I think the skin itself looks amazing. But it's for the Doctor? The Doctor? I'll throw it in B tier. Because I think, like, the Doctor is, like, one of the worst ones at the time to have given it to. Like, you know, if I was ranking it just based off of the gameplay, I'd probably put it here. But in design, it looks here. So, Look C is going into Look B. Alright. Next up, we have Mordeo. And I'll be honest, sports fans, I think the Mordeo looks so good, and it is honestly pretty fitting for Huntress. I don't think there's any other killer in the game at this point you could have given this skin to. Like, I'm trying to think, what other female killer can you put into this game that would be fitting? You have the Nurse, which that's a no. Hag is a no. The Pig is a licensed character. That's all you got. I guess you have the Plague, right? You have the Plague. You could have made her a skin for Legion, you know, but a skin for Legion would be doing her a disservice. For Plague, she doesn't vomit, so that wouldn't add up. Spirit is also just no, right? So that it only feels right to do, you know, Huntress as the skin for the Mordeo. So yeah, overall, I think the Mordeo Huntress, dude, I'm gonna be so for real, might be an S tier. I think it's really well done. Truly well done. So, yeah, there we go. Next up we have the Birch. Now, the Birch. I need to look up the Birch real quick. Is the Birch what I think it is? Alright, hot take. At the time, the Birch, I would agree, most fitting for the Hag. If they waited till Artist came out, I think maybe she would be a fire skin for her. but you know, we'll never see that. So who knows? Who knows? I think the Birch, in terms of the Hag, like at the time there was nobody else, unless you want to give Huntress 2 skins, and even then I don't feel like it'd be overly fitting for her. Like, I feel like the Hag is definitely the best option at this point. I feel like she looks incredible. Obviously the Birch is a lot taller than the Hag, but you know, other than, you know, the height issue, I think power-wise it works out well too. I think just because the Birch is normally really tall, I'll knock it down a tier just because it's not entirely accurate, but at the same time it's as accurate as it could have been. Alright, next up we have our first Stranger Things legendary cosmetic, and our only one until 2025. So, when did Stranger Things DPD come out? Let me see this. September of 2019. So, it has officially been, you have 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. It had been 6 years and 1/3, I think, if I'm doing my math right. Yeah, because October, you know, November, December, then it's a January. That's 4 months. So 6 years and 1/3 of a year until we got part 2 of the Stranger Things collab. And next up we have Jonathan Byers, who, I'll be honest, is just okay. I feel like he looks really like Charlie Heaton. I feel like he looks really good in the terms of the accuracy. But in Dead by Daylight, I don't know, there's just something about the way he looks as well. It just kind of is a bit off-putting. I don't know. So, I'm gonna throw him into B tier, but for like the reverse of why Nancy's in B tier. Nancy's in B tier because she looks really good, but she doesn't look like Natalia Dyer. Jonathan's in B tier because, one, he does look like Charlie Heaton, but at the same time, there's something about him that just feels off, you know? So, I think this is where you should go. And yeah, I'm just gonna move some of these around a bit. That's fine. Let's do that. Steve, I'm gonna move up. Maria's a cosmetic. I don't know if I can move her too high up. Same with Mordeo. Alright, Jill Valentine. Jill is one of the first Resident Evil survivors next to Leon S. Kennedy. And Jill Valentine, I think she looks pretty damn good, if I'm being completely honest with you. Where would I put Jill? I feel like her face at times can be a bit off, that's about it. She has a perk called Counter Force, Resurgence, then Blast Mine. You know, I don't know Resident Evil all too well. I know a thing or two about it, but not anything crazy. So I'm not like the guy to be asking about this stuff. But from what I have seen, I think Jill is done pretty well. So I'm going to throw her in A tier. I'm going to move some stuff around in A tier. I'm going to move... I'm going to head to the bottom. Move Lori at the bottom of the survivors here. I'm actually going to move Jill up here. And I'm going to move Amanda... Yeah, actually, I'll move Amanda right here. terms of the skins, I think I still... Oh, actually... I like how Maria looks more here than she does in her own game, to be honest, so I'm gonna leave that. In terms of these three, what do I think is the best looking? Honestly, I think I'll keep it this way. This way. Alright, now we got Claire. I think Claire looks a bit weird compared to how she looks in Resident Evil. That being said, I don't hate how she looks either. But I don't think she's anything crazy. So for that reason, I'm going to put Claire right here above Jonathan. There is a reason I bought her, because I did like her. But I feel like she's kind of aged a little bit like Milk, but not entirely. To where it's like, that might be insulting to say. So I'm just going to leave her smack dab in the middle of B tier. Not low B, not high B. She's a middle of the road character. Just like Jonathan. You know, these two are like kind of middle. These two are more upper echelon. Leon, on the other hand, however. This guy, bro. Oof. What do I do with Leon? I think, low-key, other than how his eyes look in-game, I like him. Because he looks like just surprised constantly. It's really just his eyes as the most off-putting in-game. But putting that aside, I really like everything about this character. I'm going to put him right below Demo. I think Leon... Actually, that might be a bit too high, even. Is he S tier? I don't know if I want to put him S tier. I think I'll move Alyssa down to the top of B, Queen of B tier. And then... Yeah, I'll keep Leon here for now. Chris? I think he looks good, but at the same time, there's just something about Chris. There's just something about him that I don't love. But at the same time, I do love him. I'm going to move Leon down to top of A tier. I'm going to put Chris above him. But I think out of Maria, the Mordeo, and Chris, I think Chris is the worst of the three. I'm done with my work. I have an exam tomorrow about a lecture. Oh boy. I wish you well. Why is Bubba top of S tier? Are you okay? Because I feel like Bubba is like the most accurate so far out of any of the characters we've gone over. I think design-wise, I think he looks better than he did in the original movie here, if I'm being honest. I think in terms of the weapons they chose for him, like, it's peak. His meat mallet that he uses at the very beginning of when we see him. His chainsaw is great. His perk names are great. Barbecue and Chili, Knockout, Franklin's Demise. All perfect for him. Like, in terms of gameplay as well, you know, him going into a tantrum if he hits something, you know, and just like instantly just destroying people with his chainsaw. It makes sense. I think he fits in so perfectly with the game. There's a reason, in my opinion, why so many people in old DBD were just playing him so much. He was one of the more common characters. Like, he was like, it was him, Trapper, Huntress, Nurse, and I want to say Doctor were like the big five that you would see. I guess you Wraith throw in there too. What about the copy-pasted add-ons from Hillbilly, or doesn't that matter? I mean, I guess you could put that into account, but like, I feel like add-ons are like not as important to me as like the killer's power as a whole. Because yes, while it is like literally the exact same as Hillbillies, at the same time it is still fitting for Bubba as a character. And Billy also was just Dead by Daylight's knockoff version of him to begin with. Like, they've pretty much said this in interviews and whatnot, that that's what Hillbilly was in reference to mostly. Like, they took, you know, the premise of Bubba and tried making their own character off of it. But, yeah, I know Bubba, though, is so funny to look at. I think initially, when you first play against him, I thought he was so creepy and genuinely scary. But then I just, you know, stopped looking at this game like a genuine horror game. I do feel like he looks like a goofy guy. I mean, Bubba in general, he looks like a goofy guy. He looks ridiculous. He's this big, heavy-set guy just wearing a really flimsy face mask, you know. I think he's just a goofy character, you know, that does some really messed up things. So, alright, the Nemesis is up next. Alright, I feel like default Nemesis. I feel like the one design we got recently for him, I forget which game that's from, I think it's either RE2 or RE3 or RE4, one of those. He looks so much better with the outfit. I wish they made that his default outfit over this trash bag he has as clothes, you know? I feel like Tentacle Whip and all that, I think it's pretty fitting for him. Upgrading to the mutation is also really clever, having the zombies around the map on top of it as well. His perks, Lethal Pursuer, great perk name for him, very fitting. Eruption is solid as well. And then, what's his other perk? I forget it. I forget his other perk. What is it? I know what it is, but I can't remember at the top of my head. Hysteria. Which I feel like is like the worst of the three, but still all pretty fitting for him. I don't know. I think the thing that makes it the Nemesis kind of weird in this game is like his objection is like, you know, stores. But like in this game, like 95% of the roster is like not associated with that at all. So I don't know why he's going after them when he's not like programmed to go after them. You know? I always laugh at the way he walks and the way he revs the chainsaw around. So exaggerated. True. It does look goofy. But again, it is so fitting for Bubba. I can't imagine him not doing it that way at the same time. Many people say that Nemesis doesn't feel like Nemesis. Nemesis' DPD is not as good as many people think. I agree. I feel like he's just weird, you know? Like, I feel like the idea of Nemesis is better than the execution of Nemesis. That much I agree with. But we still can't deny it is so cool seeing him. And I'm glad he's in the game. That being said, he's going in B tier behind Michael. Again, I'm not going to put him above any of, or below any of the skins, because that's just disrespectful. But, you know, Nemesis in RE feels unstoppable and walks through buildings, but not Wood Piece. Yeah, no, pretty much. That's why I'm like, the idea of him sounds cool, but then once you put him into an actual match of Dead by Daylight, it's like, feels kind of weird. Alright, next up, we got PP Head, we got Pinhead. Alright. By the way, RIP Pinhead, bro. We're gonna miss this guy in Dead by Daylight. By we, I mean very few people will. Myself, I'm one of them. I personally liked Pinhead. You know, I thought he had a high skill ceiling. And I thought it was kind of cool. But at the same time, the payoff of evading the chains was never the best in the game when you can just play someone like Nurse, right? But I feel like the power of Pinhead, it's perfectly fitting for him. Summoning chains, and you have the lament configuration as well. It's so good. I have to sleep now. How long until I can witness a Springtrap and a Kaneki rating? Springtrap's gonna be one of the last we do. Same with Kaneki. Unfortunately. Yeah, Springtrap is like literally one of the last. And then Kaneki is pretty much right before him. No. I'm so sorry. But don't worry. I could have told you so much. Here, we can do Tokyo Ghoul right now, because I don't know a lot about Tokyo Ghoul. FNAF. Oh boy, I could write you a goddamn essay, buddy. We'll do Ghoul right after Pinhead. How about that? Pinhead and Chatterer, I guess. We'll throw him in too. Pinhead, his perks, you have Deadlock. You have Gift of Pain. 2 essays, big man. Like, can you give me a short summary of the Ghoul in Dead by Daylight and like how you feel he is in DBD? Because I'll base whatever you say off of him, because I literally know nothing about the anime. Literally nothing. Except for, I think, Ken Kaneki was like a victim of Rize, or whatever her name is. Ghoul? Yes. You said Springtrap and Kabaki, so I'm assuming that meant Kaneki, so. Because, yeah, freaking FNAF, I know pretty much the ins and outs of, except for Secret of the Mimic. I lost, after Into the Pit, I just stopped caring, because it just became too much. Pinhead, though, it's Gift of Pain, Plaything, in Deadlock. I think Pinhead, honestly, might be crazy. I'm putting him in S tier and above Demo. In Chatterer, I think he looks sick. I bought him. I'll be honest, I bought him. But I think I'm going to put him right here in A tier. Alright. I'll wait for you to type up your essay. In the meantime, I'll do the Ringu with Sadako and Yoichi. I feel like Sadako, her power is literally the best it could have been. Like, I don't think there's any other power that would have been more fitting for her. Like, it had to involve either wells or it had to involve TVs. Like, she needed some sort of teleportation gimmick. She just did. Merciless Storm is alright. Call of Brian is good, and Floods of Rage is also fine. I don't love the perk names, but I dig them. And as for Yoichi and his perks, I'll just go over them. Boom, Dark Theory, Empathetic Connection, and then Parental Guidance. I think, for the most part, are also fitting for Yoichi. I think Sadako, I'm going to throw solidly right here. And then as for Yoichi, my problem with him is that there's other characters you could have done. I don't remember any of them off the top of my head because I was never a big ring person. But like, Yoichi was just shown in the movie as like a little kid. He was never seen as this adult guy, you know? So I think, you know, while it was interesting, he took a character that didn't really matter too much. He was just kind of there, if I'm being honest. Yoichi was fine. So, Yoichi, I'm just going to throw the bottom of B tier for, like, the actual characters. Not including, like, you know, the special legendary cosmetic stuff. Alright, Kaneki was actually a victim in the anime and no villain at all. DB themselves said they wanted to go a crazy route with their own story of how Kaneki got consumed by hunger. He uses voice references from the anime, for example, the 1000 by 7 stuff is used during his torture. He says that during his mori, which adds them together. Also, his skin reflects his anime stage. Also, the Kagune leap is really fitting since it's a common weapon in the universe. He always screams around because he was in constant hunger, which the entity enlarged. So, pretty much, so what I'm getting is after Kaneki was essentially tortured, this version of Kaneki that we have, instead of, you know, kind of resisting it, I'm assuming is what he does in the show, instead of resisting this hunger, it consumes him, and he falls victim to it. And the entity took him and made it even larger. He was taken right after torture by the entity. Okay, that's, yeah, okay, gotcha. So at his lowest, okay. So literally, when he literally was at his lowest, the entity took him and turned him into what we see now. Okay, so they literally turned him into a villain with this version. Gotcha. What about Rize? What about her? So Ghoul, I'm assuming, would you put Ghoul in S tier, or would you put him in A tier? Because I feel like he'd be at one of those two now. And then Rize, I'm assuming she would also be pretty high too now. Alright, hold on. Let me look up Warhammer Titan. I'm looking at this skin. Why did they give it to Spirit? Let's see here. Just gonna look this up really quick. For Spirit? That's what I'm questioning right now, reading what this guy does. I know Armor Titan's fitting for Oni. That much I know. The Warhammer? Let me look. Is there any killer here? Maybe, again, maybe artist. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, if you're going for a female character design for the Warhammer Titan, I would have gone that route. I'm assuming they only chose Spirit because Spirit Oni, you know, that connection. I don't know, or maybe there's something deeper here I'm not understanding. Either way, I don't like how the Warhammer Titan looks on Spirit, so I'm gonna throw this at the bottom of C tier. As for the Armor Titan for Oni, this is one of his better skins in the game. It looks sick, and just the sounds of things look so sick as well. Honestly, I think it looks a little bit goofy, so I'm not gonna put it in S tier. I'll put it in A tier, but I'm gonna put it above the Birch, and I'll put it above Chatterer, but I'm not gonna put it above Lisa. I think Lisa still looks chef's kiss. Alright, next up we have a bunch of Resident Evil characters, so I'm just gonna hold F on the S. Let me see, is there any other characters that are just out of line here? Certain things that I can readjust. Here, I'll put this with all the alien stuff. And yeah, I think that's all the alien stuff in order now. Let's see here. Rize was actually only alive in the first episode since she was introduced Kaneki to the world of ghouls, pretty much inviting him to become a ghoul. After he had an accident, Kaneki was barely alive. He had a heart transplantation from Rize, which turned him into a half ghoul instead of a full one, which is why he says constant stuff like, I have a place in both worlds and shit. Rize was known to be a very big deal before she died because she was experienced in eating humans. Holy yap session. Got you. Okay. So I'd say she's just pretty fitting then. And I saw like the anime art of her, or like, you know, a frame or two of her. She looks accurate to the anime as well. / manga. So I'd assume she's also fitting with Kaneki. Pibble, where would you put him? Because you know more about the character than I do, so I feel like you're the real, judge about this over me, I'm trying to look, how many more franchises do I not really know a whole lot about here? One, two, three, 4. And most of them I don't really know that well. Like Hiruze is more accurate. I mean, more accurate as in she would more likely go for survivors. But Kaneki would also do that shit if he was forced to be hungry all the time. Yeah, from what it sounds like this version of Kaneki we have definitely does fit the realm of DBD from when he was taken. So what I'm hearing is like Rize is probably S tier then, and then Kaneki like A tier or S tier, like low S tier, high A tier maybe. Is that what I'm getting? Hold on, where are Kaneki's perks? I should look at that. Nothing but misery. And it looks like he's crushing someone. Forever Entwined, that shows the Kagune. And the None Are Free, that's him devouring someone. Okay. DBD Kaneki is made very well because at the point of time he got taken away. I don't actually know where to put them. I would assume it would be pretty high up just based off of that. Like I'm guessing DZ. It was fit his emo description. Okay, so if the perks fit, the timeline of when he was taken fits, he looks accurate, his gameplay is accurate, and Rize is also, like you said, even more fitting than he is. Would it not just go like here? I'm still here so I can hear you, but I'm in bed. Gotcha, I say. Gotcha. So like right here, probably? Like, Rize has the top of the S tier cosmetic items, and as a character as a whole, Ghoul's like somewhere there. Because from what it sounds like, I think when he was taken is like probably the most fascinating part about him. Because you're taking a character that is not a villain, and because of when you are taking him into this game, he turns into a villain. I find that to be honestly pretty fascinating, if I'm being completely honest. That sounds really cool. And not something I believe we've seen in this game thus far. You know? Then again, I haven't read any of the Stranger Things 11 Dustin Vecna lore, so I don't know. I should probably read that. So, I guess like here in S tier is probably the most fitting for him. Alright. I place both next to each other. TBH, Kaneki turned into a villain because of torture and entity hunger. Rize always was. Difference between them. Okay, so gotcha. I mean, I'm trying to organize it in a way where, like, I don't want to put, like, in the same tier at least. I don't want to put costumes above, like, a set character. But I might change that around. I don't know. Just looking at some of this, I think I might do that. I'd say below Ghostface 100%. Gotcha. What about Pinhead? So would you say like right here, or would you say like this? Because I'd assume it'd be one of those two. one more thing came to mind. What would that be? What has come into your mind, young Padawan? Alright, Chris. Maria Mordeo. So extra plus points. Okay. I'm gonna put Maria. Honestly, I think I'll put her here. Yeah, it looks better. Alright, Ada. I know all the freaking RE characters look accurate as hell to what they do in their respective games. I'd put next to Pinhead. I don't know if above or below. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. I don't know. It's close, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with that. Lisa. I'm gonna move up to here. Armored Titan. I'll throw, like, right here. And Chatter, I think I'll leave Chatter and Birch here, honestly. Also, you said something about a Warhammer Titan while I was typing. I was confused on why they would give it to Spirit, because from like the short thing I just read on my phone, it doesn't sound like for Spirit it's all that fitting. I don't know, but I read that the Armored Titan, you know, it is pretty fitting for what Oni is, you know. And it also just looks good on him. While the Warhammer Titan I don't like how it looks on Spirit. Looks kind of weird. And, yeah. The Warhammer Titan can create weapons, that's why. Oh. Yeah, I read that and I was like, well, she just has the one freaking katana. You know, that's just wedged into her hand. But that's all I know. She almost looks the same in the series. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like just on Spirit as a character, it just looks off-putting. As with Armored Titan Oni, I feel like it does look a little bit goofy in some aspects. At the same way, it also looks really badass. I think Armored Titan is cooler anyway. Oh, I 100% agree. Yeah. Alright. Ada Wong. What are Ada's perks again? I know one of them is Wiretap, right? That's one of them. What are her other ones? Reactive healing, low profile? Nothing goofy about this guy. I bought it. It's my favorite Oni skin, actually. Gotcha. I think it's funny just because of how bulky it is. I don't know. There's just something about it. It's just, it feels, I don't know. I think it's just the fact that, like, it's Oni, and he's technically naked, so I think that's really what it comes down to, is that it's just Oni but naked. Why does Ripley's cat have their own tier? Just because I thought it'd be funny. I didn't want to put any other character. Except, but actually I take that back. I also have Ashy Slashy on here, but that's because you can technically play as him. The cat is the only one that you can't play as I have on this list. I just thought it'd be funny. You know what, let's just put the cat on here somewhere. Let's just, here, D tier. Well, I was going to put him in C tier, but the freaking tiers was like, you know what, we want to put him in D tier. So, there we go. Just throw the cat in there. Just fuck it, why not? Ada, I think looks pretty good. She looks better in Resident Evil, so I'd say it's a bit of a downgrade in that regard. To be fair, I think Rebecca and Sheva do too. Carlos, I think, looks fine. Wesker, I think, looks, you know, debatable. Yeah. I think Rebecca, I think if she just looked a bit better, potentially S tier. But I think there's just something about it that feels off-putting to what she looks like in the actual game. So, I need to sleep, but you make this so interesting. Stop. I'm sorry. I think I like Rebecca a bit more than Lori, but I don't think I wouldn't rather play Rebecca over the Armored Titan skin, you know? I don't know. Is this too high for her? I'm gonna move Pyramid Head up above them. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. Rebecca looks so weird, I know. Yeah, I think, you know, voice lines, I think, you know, perk-wise, I think she looks great. I think it's literally up until, like, her actual face. It's just the face that just feels off. Everything else, I think it's a W. It's just Rebecca herself. There's just something about the face. I don't know. It just looks not like Rebecca. And the same thing looks for Ada. Ada just looks really plain and generic. As within the cinematic trailer, she looked a lot better. What's wrong with my girl? There's just something about her face that does not look like what Rebecca should look like. Same thing with Ada. Same thing with Sheva. You know. Same thing with Leon when you actually get into a game. His eyes are so wide. You know? Like, it's distracting. And like in Jill, you can also see it here too. Her eyes are so wide. The only reason Leon's above her is because his perks match him better than I think Jill's match hers. As for Ada, her perks are fine. Looks-wise, I think it just comes down to the face. I do prefer Ada's, the way her face looks, over Rebecca's. So I'll just put her literally right above her, but it's like just barely. Just barely. As for Sheva is someone who I want to buy. I want this character. I think she looks pretty cool. But at the same time, I don't know. I definitely prefer her over Claire. If I could, I'd refund Claire and buy Sheva. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm gonna upload a VOD. You better not disappoint with Springtrap's placement. Yeah, I'm gonna upload a VOD on here, on Twitch. I do that with most of my VODs. The only time I don't do that is if I crash out really bad and I feel like a terrible person, then I won't upload the VOD. Or if something really bad happens, like, and it's not something that's, like, funny either or whatever, then I'm not gonna upload it either. But this stream, so far so good. So, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna upload this stream no matter what, because I've just had a pleasure chatting with literally all of y'all. So, like, you know. Sheva, I don't know if I want to put her in A tier. I think I'm gonna put her high B tier. Oh man, do I like her more than Alyssa? I think barely. You should have uploaded the Among Us vid, brother. That is a mistake waiting to happen, because I went off, dude. I went off the rails. Did I upload that? I thought I uploaded. I have 4 Among Us VODs. I think 2 of them you have to scroll through to get to the Among Us section. But I have 4 Among Us VODs put up. So. Yeah. Okay, good night, Mr. Sidemate. Have fun grading. Thank you, people. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thanks for stopping by. Long time no see. It was great chatting with you. And yeah, trust me, Springtrap's placement, it won't disappoint. So, alright, Carlos. I think Carlos I think he looks better in the face than Sheva does, but outfit-wise, I don't like it that much. I'm gonna put Carlos. I think the head part of Carlos is the best part about him. I think everything else I don't like. I'm gonna put him right here below Jonathan, honestly. I don't really care for this guy. There's a reason I didn't buy him, and why, like, I never talk about him ever when it comes to DPD, because I just don't really care for him. I think he looks boring too at the end of the day. Alright, next up we got Albert Wesker. It's Weskin time. Alright, we got 7 minutes. What do we think of this guy? Superior Anatomy. Amazing perk name. Awakened Awareness. Also great name. And then Terminus. What the hell does that word even mean? To this day, I've never heard this word outside of this game. The endpoint or boundary of something. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Probably the weakest of the three, but I like it. And in terms of his power, I also mess with it. I think Wesker is really cool. Way better than his counterpart, the Nemesis. I think Wesker goes up. Actually, up here. Yeah, I'm gonna put him right here. I think Ghostface is still a bit better than he is. Alright. Next up we got Hunk. And I think the one thing people are disappointed about with Hunk is that it's Frank's voice still. It's not actually Hunk. It's fucking Frank. You know, other than that, I think it looks amazing. I'm gonna put this right here. Actually, I might actually have to put it in S tier now I think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in S tier. The more I'm thinking about this, I'm gonna put the pig even higher up. Higher than Tap. Actually, I don't think I can put her above Tap when I think about it. Because Tap, he had no duds. Hangman's Trick is kind of a dud perk, man. So I don't know if I can put it there. Alright. Next up we got Birkin. I think Birkin is once again perfect. Better than Hunk. Honestly, I'd put it right here now. I'm moving Mordeo down. I'm gonna keep Chris above Birkin and Hunk though. Alright. Next up we got the Jabberwock from Alice in Wonderland. More so like the Tim Burton version. I think it's really cool. Is she the best character you've done this with? I think she might have been. Yeah, she is actually, now I think about it. The long dragon neck, she kind of needs that. Honestly, I think the Jabberwock is cool. I don't know how fitting it is in Dead by Daylight, though. I think that's my thing. I don't know how fitting it truly is. So I'm going to put it right here. The bottom of B tier. I'm going to move on. Ashy Slashy. I think, brother. The only down part about this is that he's technically helping out Ash. Because, you know, working on gens, holding items for him and everything. I think other than that, design-wise, literally perfect. And then you have, the voice lines are, bro. Ashy Slashy, dude. Just going right here. Yeah. I did it. I did that. Alright, next we have Nicolas Cage. Let's be honest, Nicolas Cage does not fit Dead by Daylight. But his perk names are awesome. He looks incredible. And honestly, I think with the lore of why he's here, it makes a little bit of sense, at least. At the end of the day, not really. Because if he's an actor in the real world, he's going to know literally all of these characters, or, you know, has an idea of these characters aren't actually real. They're part of movies and video games and TV shows. You know, I don't know. It's just like, you really have to think for this guy to be in the game. Like, you can think maybe he picked him from a different world. Sure. Different from whatever he took these guys from, I guess. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. So. Yeah, I think Nicolas Cage, if we want to apply that logic, I'll put him in A tier. If not, I'm putting his ass in B. So. Alright. Ellen Ripley does not look like Sigourney Weaver at all. So immediately, you lose points for that. You really do. And as for her perks, what the fuck are her perks? I forget what her perks are. Oh, fudge. What do her perks do? What are they? Chemtrap, Lucky Star, and Light-footed. I guess they're okay. You know, they're the definition of mid. So I'm going to take Ellen Ripley. I'm gonna put her at the bottom of B tier. I still think she looks fine, even though she doesn't look like Sigourney, you know. And her perks are also, they're just fine. You know, don't hate them, don't love them. I think it's just okay. You know, nothing crazy. Nothing over the top either. Next up we have Ripley 8, who, you know, it is just a skin for Ripley, but at the same time, it's Ripley's clone. This ain't Ripley. You know? This ain't just Ripley wearing different clothing, you know, or wearing a suit or whatever. This is a different character, which is why I included them. I'm gonna put Ripley 8. Honestly, I like him more than the original. I do. Not by a whole lot, but I think I'll put him right here. Also, for people wondering what Michael's here, this is, you know, with his rework. His rework puts him here. His rework is not fitting for him as a character whatsoever. Post or pre-rework though, with his original, he'd probably be right here with Pig and Jill, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think he's really good with that. But with how he is now, like, he's not supposed to be a dash killer, bro. He really isn't. Like, unless you're talking like the Rob Zombie movies, like, yeah. Alright, Xenomorph. The fuck are Xeno's perks? Ultimate Weapon, Rapid Brutality, what's the other one? Alien Instincts. Okay. Perk names are pretty solid, a lot better than Ripley's in my opinion. I think design-wise, this is one of the best-looking xenomorphs we've seen in a video game. Looks freaking awesome. So, I think for Xenomorph, I'm gonna put them high A tier, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna put them there. The tail whips, the flame turret, the crawling through the tunnels as well. I might actually put them S tier. The more I think about it, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Better than Wesker? I don't know. That's close. You could put one over the other for sure. I don't think anything is better than, you know, Ghostface and Bubba in terms of killer. We'll see though. I don't know. Ugh, man. I'm stretching so much today. Who else we got here? Ooh, okay. We got an interesting one. We got the Grid Xenomorph, and if my memory serves me right, this is from Alien v Predator. And, kid you not, it's literally just the regular Xenomorph with this green grid pattern. And I believe he's a lighter shade of black. So, yeah, he's definitely a lighter shade of black. I think it still looks great. It goes right here as well. It like, literally, you can pick or choose it. Alright. Next up, we have, ooh, I think this is called the Clone Xenomorph, or Xenomorph Clone. And it's, like a weird mutation of Ripley and a Xenomorph. And dude, it looks disgusting. But at the same time, it literally looks just like how it says. It's a combo of literally Ellen and a Xenomorph. I wish that other than just a few strands of hair and, you know, the skin color, it felt more like Ripley. But, you know, that's just a me thing. I guess the teeth are cool, a cool touch. Feels more, human in terms of teeth. So, I think the Xenomorph Clone Again, I feel like it could have been better. So I'm gonna put... I'll put it right here. Have you played the PTB? I played the PTB yesterday on stream. One of the first people who were able to get into the PTB. One of the last I was able to play it because I took so long looking at everything. But yeah, I played it. I played a lot of Survivor on it yesterday. I had a lot of fun playing against Vecna. He feels so fun to play against and really fun to play as. You know, I haven't played a killer like that. Like, Springtrap was kind of close to that, but he was definitely more fun to play as and against when he first came out. As of now, he's kind of just meh for me. But I think, genuinely, he might be the most fun I've had with the killer since the Unknown, to be honest with you. Either that or since the other Vecna. Whichever one came out this second. Again, Springtrap, like, on launch, he was that fun, but he hasn't stayed consistent. At least for me, at least. I know a lot of people still love him. I'm not sure if you still love playing Springtrap Foxy. I'm sure you do. But, yeah. Just kind of lost it with me just a bit. Alright. Next up, what do we got? Is it the, Xeno Queen, is that what we got? Yeah, it is a Xeno Queen, never mind. Alright. Ooh, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I love the Xeno Queen. I think she looks really good. I don't play killer and I hate Springtrap. Gotcha. That's fair. Yeah, he's just kind of meh for me. It just feels like, you know, after the first month of Springtrap, he just kind of lost it for me. It sucks because I spent like a good chunk of money on both of his legendary cosmetics for Yellow Rabbit and Glitch Trap. Didn't make that mistake again when the Blighted one came out, so that was good at least. Xenomorph Queen though, I think I'll put her... I like her more than the Birch. I don't think I like her more than Chatterer, unironically. So I'll put her right there. The Blighted Xenomorph, on the other hand. Actually, hold on. Let's get into this skin for Xeno real quickly. This is the Juggernaut Xenomorph. And let me just say, I think this skin looks sick. It looks really cool. Is it like a favorite of mine? No. I think it's a solid A tier though. I think I still prefer Xeno Queen over it though. But in terms of gameplay, I think I'd rather play as Jug though. Blighted Xenomorph though, I think is better than the default Xeno. I think this skin is gnarly. I think this is the best Blighted skin in the video game. I think it is awesome. So cool. Yeah, I love it. I love this thing. And, like, I don't play Xenomorph at all. Like, he's probably my bottom 5 played killers. Maybe even lower than that. But, honestly, dude, if I had the skin for him, I might make an effort to learn him. But I don't have it. Because I'm brokey. But I love it. I love the sound design of the skin because it sounds different. It sounds like a mixture of Blight and Xeno, which is awesome. Looks wise, it is wicked. The lobby animations are so cool. It's perfect. Like, that's all I can say. Like, hold on. Look at this thing. It looks sick. That is amazing. Like, hold on, dude. Like, look at this shit. Like, I have sound turned off on the game, by the way. Oh my Christ, dude. It looks so badass. So, yeah. Surprisingly, nothing in F tier yet. The only thing that's even close is the freaking Elm Street chapter. Which, you know. That's like, it's pushing it, man, if I'm being honest. Alright. Let's see. Next up we got Rain. I think Rain, there's just something off-putting about the way she looks. I don't know. I think it's something, I think it's the eyes and the eyebrow. And that her lips, I feel like they should be like a darker shade. It's just the face. Everything else about the character's design looks great. Again, it's just the fucking face, dude. I'm gonna put it right here. I think Rain's, I think she's still a skin that is, you know, something that, if you like Alien, buy it, you know. I think all the Alien stuff I could see someone making a case for buying, except for maybe like 1 or 2 of Ellen's outfits. But you know, Rain, I could see people making a case for why you should buy her. It's just the face feels a little off-putting to me. That's what it comes down to. Just the eyes, the eyebrows, and the lips. Just, I don't know. The fit, the hair looks fine. Just everything else about the face. That's about it. Alright. Let's see here. What do we got? Naughty Bear. S tier. Like S tier. Yeah. The thing about him is I don't want to rank him too high, but like, man, I think right here. Because at the end of the day, he is just a costume for Trapper. But at the same time, he makes me want to play Trapper, who is so boring. I bought this skin, and I don't even play Trapper, but I started playing Trapper because of this skin. Also, the Prestige Trapper skin, I just feel like is just so... it's perfect. But so I ended up using Prestige Trapper, and then I also use Naughty Bear. I switched between the two. And it wasn't until I bought Naughty Bear that I actually started playing the character. So, yeah. I think Naughty Bear's S tier. Chucky. What are his perks? They are... 2 can play. They are... batteries included. And friends till the end. How could I forget Friends Till the End? The best one of them I remembered last. Wicked cool, man. I think literally all of them are great. Because Batteries Included is in reference more so to the first movie, where Andy's mom, I think her name was Karen. I don't really remember. I haven't seen the first Child's Play in, I think, 3 years. I think it was Karen Barkley. And she, you know, is carrying Chucky's box and notices the batteries fall out of the box. And she's like, wait a second. How's the Chucky doll been talking then if there was no batteries in there? And so she goes to investigate the Chucky doll and notices there's no batteries in there. And he goes, hi, I'm Chucky, wanna play? So it's in reference to that scene, you know, where he actually didn't have any batteries in him. It's pretty funny. And Friend Till the End is something you'd always say. Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend till the end. Heidi ho. Ha ha ha. And then Hex 2 can play. It's less so the name, but the perk icon of him wrapping his arms around the guy's eyeballs, which is in reference to Chucky just in the back of a car, just grabbing people and just either suffocating them, slitting their throat, doing whatever. Chucky kills a lot of car drivers. Not like an insane amount, but more than the average horror movie serial killer does. So, design-wise, Chucky is literally perfection. So, Chucky goes in S tier. I think Chucky might be one of the best designed in the game. I think he's better than Steve. I think he's better than Ash as well. To be honest, I think I'm going to move Ash down a little bit. I'm going to move Ash right here. Steve. all his perks are perfect. Design-wise, he's perfect. The only thing that is off about Steve is his scream. The only thing off about Ash is that just, one, it's not the version of Ash most people wanted. And the other thing is that some of the perks, they're like very, very niche. It's not like Steve and Babysitter where you're like, yeah, that fits. Or any of Chucky's perks where you're like, yeah, that fits. Same with Bubba. Like, Bubba's the only one where it's like, you may not know unless you've watched the movie, is Franklin's demise. You know? Like, that's it. I think Chucky is literally perfect. Because that's another thing he did in the very first movie, which is where this version of Chucky specifically is taken from, is that he literally just randomly would charge at people and go with that loud ass scream, like, "Rah!" Like, and yeah, I think Chucky is just so well designed. The scamper underneath of pallets is fitting as well. The Mori, which is something we don't talk about for a lot of characters, but you know, most of the Moris in this game are really fitting. And Chucky's is literally perfect. If I'm being honest, I might move Chucky above Bubba. I don't know if I want to go that far yet, but I might. Oof. What about Tiffany, though? Where do we put Tiffany? It's Tiffany Valentine. I feel like Tiffany, she'd have to be right up there with Chucky, no? She's just as good, and to some people, she's better than Chucky. You know, I feel like, I don't know, man. As a costume, I think she's probably the best one in the game. At least for Killer, I think she's the best. And I don't think, you know, unless you just straight up hate Tiffany as a character, then, you know, I think it's hard to disagree with that. Because, I mean, people are losing their minds when they heard Tiffany was going to be in the game. Dude, I don't know. Hold on. I'm getting this ready for the next guy, by the way. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I think Tiffany, I might have to put her right next to Chucky. I think I'll put her below Chucky. But I don't know. Alright, hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, I was still looking up the next guy we got, which is Tubarão. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing that correctly. But he is the only character from the Rainbow Six Siege collab we have on here. Even though Felix and Adam did get skins, they were purely just straight up outfits from other characters. It didn't change the character at all, other than just throwing on different clothes. So we didn't include them. I only played Killer, Xenomorph is goated. That's fair, too. I think he is pretty damn goated. I think for Tubarão, also, first transgender man in the game, and I think the only one, too. So that's also a big W. Just, you know, brownie points for that. I'm not going to take that into account for his character as a whole. I just think that's awesome. I don't know, man. I think he looks cool, but again, a collab with Siege? I don't think that's... I don't know. At least Left 4 Dead makes more sense, you know, in terms of like a soldier type of character. Tubarão, I don't really get it all that much. I think he looks great. He's a skin for Anato, which is, you know, I think I think he's Portuguese, so I think it makes sense. But, I don't know. I think for Tubarão, I'm going to throw... I think he's better than Jonathan, better than Claire, better than Yoichi. Better than Nemesis, but I think that's where he stops. Actually, is he better than... No, he's not. He isn't. I was about to say. Okay. Next we have... oh, I completely forgot about this. We have, like, actual Charles Lee, right? When he picks up Chucky. I mean, I think it has to go right next to actual Chucky and Tiff, I guess. Because, I mean, literally, it's just like him. It has the blood from the bullet wound he received from Detective Norris. It deserves to be up here, too. So, just consider that Chucky as well, if you really want. I only have it here because it's a different player model. Alan Wake, I don't know anything about it. Champion of Light, I know he has a flashlight. Boone Illumination is his other one, and then you have Deadline. Because I think he's a writer and he has deadlines and stuff like that. I don't really know the full lore of that. Let me think, what else? I don't know. I think it works. It just, I think he's a B tier character. And then I looked up this skin for Alan. And apparently it's just like an evil side of him, and he got like possessed or something like that. I'm not entirely certain. Alright, I'm so sorry I'm back. Alright. I just looked up this Alan Wake skin, and I also looked up Rose, and I'm looking up Saga as we speak. And I think looks-wise, I think Rose is definitely more accurate than, Mr. Scratch is what I found out this darker side skin for Alan is. I think Saga looks fine. Definitely a downgrade from how she looks in the game. Overall, I think I'd put this guy here. I'd put Rose also here, to be quite honest with you. And Saga, I think I would put above Alan. I think that's fair. That's what I would put with them, at least. Put with them. You know what I mean. Alright, next up we have Pharaoh Eddie, Samurai Eddie, Stranger Eddie, and then Eddie's Tribute. 4 Iron Maiden skins, and I know nothing about Iron Maiden. A Pharaoh skin for the Doctor. How does this fit with the Doctor exactly? I feel like this is not that great of a skin, if I'm being completely honest with you, for the Doctor specifically. It still looks cool, but I don't know. I think it looks cool, so I'll put it into a C tier at least, but I don't know. Samurai Eddie, I don't like how this samurai skin looks. I'm glad we finally got a samurai skin, but it just doesn't look good, man. It truly just doesn't. So I'm gonna have to put this skin in D tier. I really do not like it. Stranger Eddie, I think is definitely the best so far, but I still think it's like low B tier. Eddie's Tribute, however, I think this is like a really good skin. I really like Eddie's Tribute. It's like the one from the Iron Maiden set where it's like, if you play Dredge and you like Iron Maiden, definitely buy this skin. Like, for sure buy it. Alright, then we've got Astri and Bearmar. And, alright. Now we got more original characters, so we gotta look at what their perks are exactly. And Astri is, you know, the main star of the show as compared to Bearmar. And Astri, what she has is, she has her Lute, Bardic Inspiration, which is great. Mirrored Illusion, also great. Still Sight, also great. I think perk-wise, just done amazing. I think it looks like borderline perfection in terms of perks. You know, I feel like with these characters, you have to more so look at what the perks do. Than what the name of them are, but I feel like even then, I really like them. And from what I understand, these two characters are completely original to Dead by Daylight, so like you can't even compare them to something in terms of how they look. So I think Bearmar, you know, he's the secondary one. We can throw him into F. He's by far the worst character we've seen by far. There's a reason nobody plays him, even though you get him by default when you buy Astri. He's just terrible. And Astri, on the other hand, I think, Astri, I think, is like a good A tier. Really good A tier. Maybe like looks-wise, she could have been done a little bit better, but that's about it. I think she might be Queen of A tier. Alright, and Vecna, on the other hand, get it other hand, because you have to get the hand of Vecna, whatever. He has Weave Attunement, Languid Touch, and Dark Arrogance. And I mean, yeah, like, look at this guy. We know where he goes. He goes in S tier. Honestly, I think I'll put him right here between Ghosty and Wesky. I think he's really good. Really good. What I'm noticing here is that, like, in terms of, like, concept and stuff with their licenses, DBD does a really good job with their skins for the most part. In terms of characters, how many characters, like, just straight up killers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 just straight up original killers up here. Or, like, you know what I mean by original. Like, they're not costumes. They're just straight up the killer themselves in S tier. And in A tier, we have, what, I think like 4? Pig, Sadako, Pyramid Head. Okay, we have 3. In B tier, we have Nemesis and Myers. And then nothing in C tier so far. And then we have D tier. We have just straight up Freddy. And survivors like Bearmar and Quentin are the worst so far in terms of just base survivors. Then you got Cheryl in C tier. Got Ripley, Yoichi, Nancy, and Alan and Nick in B tier. A tier, we've got Lori, Rebecca, Ada, Jill, Tap, Bill, Leon, Astree. S tier, you don't have that many. You have Steve and Ash. I feel like Astree's like, I might put her there. I might. I think Astree's the only one from A tier I'm even considering putting in S tier right now. If I'm being completely honest. DZ S tier? Oh, no, DZ is S plus tier. Alright, Lara Croft. Alright, speaking of S tier. Like, bro. This character was literally done so beautifully. I think right here above Ash. Actually, now I think about it. She might be here. I think Laura might be the best executed one. Top tier jump scare main. This is true. Nobody has jump scared me more than you have. So that tracks. Alright. Next up we have Castlevania chapter. And let's just move all the Castlevania stuff up here. Yeah, that should be it. Alright. So first of all, we got Dracula, and Dracula, gameplay-wise, so fitting. You know, he has his Hellfire, he has his bat form that he can teleport with, like fly really fast. He has his wolf form, which he can pounce with and gather your scent. You know, just already perfect. Perfect. Then you have Hex Wretched Fate, which is great. Human Greed, and then Dominance. All so incredibly fitting for this guy. Like, ooh la la. You love to see it, man. I think Dracula, is he an S tier? I think the answer to that question is probably a yes. Let me see. I like him more than Demo. I like him more than Pinhead. I think that's where it stops, though. Yeah. Like, I think... I don't know. Yeah, I might put him better than Ghoul. Yeah, I'll do that. As for Trevor Belmont, Alucard, Soma, and I believe this is Richter. I don't know. I think Trevor, I think is like, dude, easy. I think Trevor I'll put like around here, right above Jill, but I'm gonna put him below the pig. Alucard is just S tier. Like, yeah, I'll put him right above Maria. Better than, I don't know if he's better than Naughty Bear though. Better than Maria for sure though. I should say for sure like that, but I prefer him over. Dracula's true form, I think it looks sick, but at the same time, it's not anywhere close to being better than his default, in my opinion. I think, you know, I only use the skin low-key because I think the Mori is cool, and I like the deeper voice. That is the only reason I use this skin. And even then, I just run the Prestige over it, because I think it just looks sick. So Dracula's true form, honestly, I'll put it right here. Yeah, I think right here is fair. We got Soma. I think Soma's fine. I don't love him. I know Kay plays the crap out of this character, or at least used to. I'm not sure if she still does. I think Soma's just okay. And then Richter. I think the decision to make Richter his own character, but make Simon just straight up an outfit for Trevor, is an interesting decision. I don't know, I feel like Simon would be just better off as a legendary character for him, but, you know, what do I know? I think... Man, what do I think of Richter? I don't love Richter. I don't hate him either. Sos. Omen Owo. I think Richter, I like more than Soma low-key, but I don't know if I like... I think I like him more than Nancy, but that's about it. Actually, no, I like him more than Alyssa. I like him more than Sheva. I like him more than all these guys. I don't know, do I like him more than Saga? I don't think so. And looking at all this, I'm gonna move Rose down to like here. I'm gonna move Twisted variant. I'm also gonna move down to like here. I think that's it. That. Alright. I think this is called the Junji Ito collab. I think that's what it's called, Junji Ito. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. And this is all killer collab stuff if I'm... Yeah, it is all killer stuff. Now there's one skin that is not on here. It's for the twins. I want to talk about it right away. It is called Hikizuri's Dark Past, or Hikizuri. I don't know how it's pronounced, but it is, the only reason it is not on here is because I could not find a PNG of it for the life of me. I just could not. I scrolled for like a solid 10 minutes trying to find an image of the Hikizuri's skin for the twins. Could not find it. And if I'm being honest, I think it's like a top 3 skin for the twins, which isn't saying much because they don't get a lot of good things. But like you have Charlotte's one flower girl looking outfit, you know, and then you have the one where she looks like oh my god, where Charlotte has like the big hood and the tombstone on her back. I think like it's right there with those two. I think those are like her best 3. So yeah, if you're wondering why the twins doesn't have their skin on here, it is literally just because I could not find a PNG of it. But instead we have Tomi for the spirit. And let me look up a picture of Tomi really quickly, just so I can see how accurate this is. Honestly? I kind of like it. I don't think it looks insanely accurate, but I think it is good. I don't know. I'll put it... I'll put it A tier, above Eddie's tribute, but I'm going to put it below Lisa. And then next up, you have, I think this is Miss Fucci or Fucci, something like that, for the artiste, which I love this lady. She got 4 legendary skins, by the way, the artist did. And let me look up Miss Fucci as well. Oh, I put Miss Fucci. That's not the right name. Miss Fucci. Ooh, I'm looking at this. Low key, man? I think that's really good. To be honest, this might be an S tier. I think this looks so good. I like it more than Mordeo. Honestly, I like him more than Hunk too, but I don't... I like him more than Hunk, but I don't think I like him more than Birkin. I think Birkin's still a little bit better. And then, I'm sorry, this is the best PNG I could find of it, so hold on while I go on to DVD. And here, let me show it with you guys. The skin for the Dredge, Half Spirit's Torments. It'd be better if I just showed you guys in here. I don't know what this is from. Let me see here. I'm looking really quick. I don't know, but this skin for the Dread, it just looks so sick that I want to put it high up. Just like, look at it, dude. Oh, okay, wait, this is actually kind of sick when I'm looking at it. Okay, so it's kind of like a unique take on it. I like that. I think this skin for Dredge, I don't like him more than Eddie's tribute. So I'm gonna put it like right here, right above Armor Titan, but that's about it. What is this song from? Oh my gosh. I can't recall this off the top of my head. Alright, next up, we have Who's he a skin for? I think he was a skin for Victoria. Yeah. Geralt, or Geralt, however you want to pronounce it. I think, one, he just looks amazing. Two, he's got the voice of the guy who normally voice acts him. And I think it's fitting, but at the same time, like, it also doesn't feel like him because, like, he just feels so weak, you know? That's the problem about having, like, these supernatural, like, characters as survivors. You know, same with 11. It's like, okay. But, I think, you know, other than just, you know, it sucks him not being able to do what he normally does, I think he's a really good skin. And I think, honestly, put him right next to the guy who also has a messed up eye, Trevor. Put him right there with them. Now, is this the Lichen? The Lichen? Something like that? It's for the artist, again. Oh, wow, that was a really bad voice crack. This skin, it is just insane. Let me tell you. It looks literally perfect. Other than, you know, the ink from the artist obviously being on there. It looks spot on. So literally, for like an identical replication, it has to go high. It's like right here, you know? Personally, I like Alucard and Maria more, so I'll put it right here in front of Demo. Honestly, I feel bad putting Demo so low, but like, see, some of his perks just like, oh, I don't know, man. They feel not the most insane. Alright. Honestly, let's do the two one-off characters first before we get into like the last big three. I think that's fair. Alright. So, we just got done talking about an artist skin. So, let's talk about their last skin, the Boule artist skin. The Boule brothers skin for the Artiste. On a previous PTB, I purchased this skin and I played a game or two of them. And let me just tell you right now, I love this skin. It is so incredibly goofy. The animations for it are awesome. The voice acting is, it's bad, but in a way that it's like, it's so bad, it is golden, and I love that. It is amazing. And it is exactly the vision of what the Boule brothers wanted. And I kind of wish I put the Huntress skin on here as well. Like, both of those would be S tier. They look amazing. And honestly, I think I'm going to put it right below Miss Fucci. But like, I think it's kind of crazy that 3 out of 4 of artists' legendary outfits are hits. Like, I was not expecting most of them, all but one, to be like a knockout of the park. But the Lichen, Miss Fucci, and the Boule artists are just so good. It's a shame the Jabberwock is just kind of mid. Yeah. Because this skin, I'll be honest, when you're playing it, it doesn't feel like you're playing as a different character either. It feels, you know, like you're playing as the artist but with a distorted voice. As with the other 3, it feels like a different character, you know? So. Ooh, needed to crack my neck. That felt good. Next up, this is a skin for the Oni that I don't recall the name of. It is called... it's straight up called the Murderous Grizzly. It's a visceral rarity item. So, that's pretty freaking sick. This skin is just like, in terms of costumes for Killer, this may be the best one, actually, aside from Tiffany. It is so good, dude. So good. Like, I think it goes right here. I think it is honestly kind of perfect. It is so good. It really is. And it wasn't until this DVD collab that I had heard of, I think it's called Night of the Living Cat, or Nyat of the Living Cat, whatever. I don't know what it's called, or like how it's pronounced, but this collab makes me want to watch the show. I know it's something like, you know, if a cat touches you, you turn into a cat, so it's like a cat apocalypse. But I want to know what the hell a murderous grizzly bear is doing. You know? So, yeah, I think it's just another S tier. I know S tier and A tier and B tier are like really crowded, and C, D, F. There's less than 10 combined, I'm pretty sure. Wait, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, yeah, so there's 10 combined across these 3 tiers. Then S, A, and B are like all flooded. But like, it's not my fault. Like, these skins are all just so good. You know, in my opinion at least. I know some people like, you know, the True Form skin for Dracula. I know some people really dislike this skin. Me personally, I like it a good bit. You know, I'm a fan of it. You know, I can see a case for wanting to put it lower though. You know, but me personally, that's not what I'd do with it. Next up, we have Springtrap. So, in terms of the perks, the first one we got is Phantom Fear, which is more so in reference to FNAF 3, the game he's actually in, where there are phantom animatronics, and, you know, they don't actually kill you or anything. They just make you panic. You know, so Phantom Fear is perfect for that. Help Wanted is another perk, you know, which is also perfect because that's the whole reason, you know, you're there, or, you know, at least you think you're there, because of a Help Wanted ad at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So, also, perfect. You know, he's the one also putting up those signs, so, makes sense. Then you got his last perk, which is, you know, it's okay. Haywire. I'm assuming Haywire is because, you know, the electricity in the building, you know, when you're playing FNAF, you know, you don't have unlimited electricity. It runs out, then the building goes haywire and whatnot. I'm assuming that's what it's in reference to, which, if that's the case, it's definitely the weakest of the 3. But it's still great, regardless, you know. In terms of the power of Springtrap, holy shit. You know, fans have been speculating, you know, a fire axe for Springtrap for so long, and that's exactly what he got. And he also can teleport through doors and go through the FNAF office. It is awesome. If you have a axe embedded in your back, rather, he can perform a jump scare on you. If you're in the office, the same time he's teleporting into the office, you get jump scared and insta-grabbed. His Mori is also a jump scare and putting you onto, you know, this weird animatronic murdering device. So, it's great. It's great. I think Springtrap, without a doubt, is S tier. I think the only thing that holds him back is Haywire's kind of a weak name. But even then, I love the concept of the perk still. I think Springtrap I like more than Wesker. I don't know if I like him more than Vecna though, but actually I do like him more than Vecna. More than Ghostface, that's kind of pushing it. Alright, next up we have the Yellow Rabbit. And I feel like the Yellow Rabbit is more fitting. For the one reason is that the map we got is inspired off of the FNAF movie, not the video game itself, so it's more fitting in that regard. But as a whole, I'd rather have this guy over this guy, you know? And then we have Glitchtrap, which Glitchtrap I think is a really cool skin. Is he as fitting as the other two? I don't think he is, but I still think he's super awesome, and he's right up there with them. So I think, you know, in terms of which of these three would I rather play as, unironically it's Glitchtrap. I think he looks the creepiest. But in terms of how well they fit, I think he fits in the least of the three. Alright, next up we have Rick Grimes and Michonne. And if I'm being honest, I think The Walking Dead is one of the best collabs in terms of theming we've had. Now, you'll have to forgive me for the remainder of all these characters. I'm going to have to look into Dead by Daylight, like go onto the game itself and look at what their perks are, because I forget off the top of my head except for Conviction. For Rick Grimes, we have Apocalyptic Ingenuity, which, you know, seems pretty fitting to me as a perk. Come and Get Me also seems pretty fitting. And then Teamwork, Toughen Up, also pretty fitting. Then for Michonne, you have, you know, like I said, Conviction, Last Stand, and Teamwork Throwdown. Again, you know, a throwdown I don't understand off the top of my head what that's in reference to. But, you know, I still like it. In terms of how they look, Michonne, I think looks, you know, depending on the angle, I think she looks a little bit derpy. Rick, there's just something about his eyes that is off-putting to me. I don't know. I don't know if it's the eyes or the eyebrows, but there's just something with the upper part of his face that feels off to me. I don't know. So, I think Rick, I'm going to put... Honestly, I think I'll put Rick right here. And then Michonne, I think... Like I said, I think she just looks a little bit derpy at some angles. The one perk, I don't actually understand it. So, I think I'll put her right here. Middle of A tier. Now, next up, we have someone who we thought was going to be a potential, you know, survivor on his own, but he ended up just being a legendary skin. We got Daryl Dixon, and yeah, I like him more than Rick. And then we got a character named Maggie in here as well, and this is one for Michonne, which I didn't even know was in the video game until yesterday on the PTV. And I think Maggie, she looks alright. Hold on, let me look at a picture of the actress. Ooh, actually. Facial feature-wise, let me see. Actually, okay, never mind. I can see it. I think probably weaker than Rick and Daryl. I personally would rather use it over Michonne, to be honest. Because like I said, I think Michonne looks a little bit derpy. But still, it's like right there with Michonne, to be honest. Like, it's ever so slightly. Then last but not least, we have the most recent collab. That being the new Stranger Things Volume 2 chapter in Dead by Daylight. Possibly the last one we'll ever see. Which, you know, sucks. But at the same time, who are they going to add as another killer? Freaking Dr. Brenner? Billy? Like, come on. it was always just going to be Vecna and the Demogorgon, unless they like make a whole map where it's just the Mind Flayer, you know? Like, it doesn't really work with any other character. So, Vecna off rip, like design-wise and character-wise, is better than the Demogorgon. Just like how Wesker was, again, better than the Nemesis. I feel like in terms of how fitting they are, Demogorgon definitely does the dirty work for Vecna, so it makes more sense for Demo to be in the game compared to Vecna. But at the same time, it's sick. Vecna's perks, one of them, it's something, let me look. Turn back the clock. I was going to say something about a clock. I don't remember what exactly it said. Got Turn Back the Clock, Secret Project, and Hex Hive Mind. All really fitting. I feel like Secret Project is like the most ambiguous of them all, like on what exactly it means, because it can mean a number of things. What's it called? I still think it's really good. I think his power is so incredibly fitting for him. So I think, honestly, Vecna, I think already is an S tier above Springtrap. I think better than Ghostface. Actually, ooh, I might be lying there. I think it's just better than Springtrap. Never mind. I don't think he's better than Ghostface. Need to think about it for a second. Still, that's a top 5 killer license-wise in the game. You got Bubba, Chucky, Ghostface, Vecna, Springtrap as your top 5. Then you have D&D Vecna, Wesker, Xeno, Drac, Ghoul as like, you know, the other 5. And then, you know, Pinhead and Demo are also here, you know, right outside that top 10, but just barely. Pinhead more so than Demo, but and next up we have the survivors. Let's start off with Dustin in 11, shall we? I think Dustin in 11 look perfect. Literally perfect. Never change these characters and how they look. They look beautiful. Now, in terms of perks for, let's do Dustin first. Dustin Henderson. In terms of perks, we have Bada Bada Boom, which perk name is, you know, it's whatever, but the perk itself, it carries it in terms of the idea of what the perk does. Oops, I just hiccuped. That's not gonna be good. Okay, next up you have Change of Plan, which again, also fitting for Dustin. In terms of his last perk is Teamwork Full Circuit, which is definitely the weakest of the 3. Like, very, very weak name. But in terms of what the perk does, it's pretty cool. And fitting for him. But yeah, I think it's just that one perk name that's like, it's not the best, you know, but I still love it so much. I think, honestly, I think Dustin better than Vecna. If he's better than Ghostface, he's not beating Steve. I'll say that much. I think looks-wise, I think Dustin looks more like, you know, Gaten than Steve looks like Joe Curie. But in terms of perks, I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll put Dustin there. Next up, we got L. Good old L11. And 11, her perks consist of Extrasensory Perception, which is a mouthful. It is 7 syllables, no, that's 8 syllables. I was counting on my fingers and I still messed that up. An 8-syllable perk name, which is fitting. We see you, which is also fitting. And teamwork, soft spoken. Again, also pretty fitting for the character. Pretty fitting perk names, and it's also fitting in what it does, or what they do, rather. You know? Man, I think design-wise, I said it the other day, I think she's, like, the best and most accurate-looking character in all of Dead by Daylight. I think, literally, you go put it next to Millie Bobby Brown, and it looks perfect. Especially this image right here is literally identical to something you'd see coming out of the show. She is better than Steve, better than Laura, and honest to God, I think she's better than Chucky and Bubba. I think she is possibly the best licensed character we will ever see in terms of, you know, my criteria I set up for this. Now, we have Eddie Munson and Robin next. And I feel like, you know, here's 11. Like, let's look at Eddie real quick. You have... Oh, it's on Dustin. Here we go. Let's look at him. Is it just me, or is there just something off about the face in particular? There's just something off about his face. That's it. If the face looked more accurate to oh my god, I forget the actor's name. It's gonna come to me. Joseph Quinn? Oh, I'm looking it up. Yeah, Joseph Quinn. Yeah, I feel like in terms of the eyes, they needed to do a little bit more in that department. Like, his eyebrows and eyes, just something feels a little bit off. Honestly, this might be the best they could have done with it, but judging by how Dustin and how 11 look, I don't really know, man. I think Eddie is, like, he's still really good. It's just something about the face, man. Just something about it that's just slightly off-putting. So, I think Eddie... I'm gonna throw him right here. Honestly, is that a bit mean? That might be a bit mean for Eddie. But it's just like, I feel like the face, it's a little bit off. Change how the face looks a little bit, look more like Eddie. You know, I think you got it nail on the head. Alright, then you got Robin. And, you know, again, let's look at Robin. For 11... No, it's for Nancy. Yeah, Robin Buckley. I think Robin looks really good, honestly. I think they hit the likeness of Maya Hawke really, really well. I think she looks great. I think, you know, the back of the shirt looks interesting, but I'm not gonna hold that against her at all or anything like that. I think Maya, out of all the legendary outfits we've gotten for Stranger Things, that being Eddie Munson, that being what's his fucking name, Jonathan Byers, and then Robin Buckley. I think Robin is the best looking out of the three. 100p. I think she's by far the best looking out of them. So Robin, your boy, this is going to throw right up here. I'm going to put him right behind Vecna, though. I think she's damn close to being, like, one of the best Survivor costumes we've seen or not Survivor Custom, one of the best, like, what's it called? Just straight up outfits we've seen, period. Like, actually, you know, I think she already is. Looking at this, she definitely already is. I don't know why I'm saying she's close to be. What cosmetics are higher than her? You got Tiffany. That's it. Yeah. I think, like, by far, I think in terms of Survivor cosmetics, like, some people might argue Maria or Alucard or something like that. I would say Robin is the best looking legendary Survivor cosmetic we've gotten. Like, I think she looks awesome, and when the Stranger Things chapter goes live, I'm definitely going to be buying her instantly. Yeah, dude, this is my official list. Believe it or not, you know, because you don't have to count the freaking cat if you don't want to. I just threw him in here because that'd be funny. So excluding the cat, I believe there's 98. Yeah, there's 99 images on here. So if you don't want to count, you know, this Chucky, you know, Charles Lee Ray, and if you don't want to include Jones, then you will have 97 like cosmetics that change the character into something else, or licensed characters. So, you know, the next 3 we see will genuinely be at 100 items total. Actually, that's not true. Next 2, because I wasn't able to get the twins outfit on here for the Junji Ito collab. So the next 2 we see is gonna be 99 and 100. We're that close. Alright, so in F tier we only have 1 character, which honestly I kind of want to move Samurai Eddie down there as well, because I really just don't like how this fucking thing looks. But in F tier we have Bearmar. I think by far the worst. Like, there are legendary cosmetics that get used more than this character because he's that bad and that forgettable that people just literally forget he exists. They really do. Next up you have Samurai Eddie. Like I just said, I think by far the worst costume in the game. Looks really, really bad in my opinion. I think the samurai armor is fine, but just the way the character inside the armor looks, it looks terrible. Next up, you got Quentin Smith and then Freddy Krueger. Like, it just... Freddy looks awful. This is not the Freddy we wanted at all, and his perks are whatever except for Remember Me. Remember Me is the only one that's actually good in terms of relating to his character. Quentin, yeah, we all know why Quentin's fucking down this low. Next up you have the this Titan skin for Spirit that Warhammer Titan skin for Spirit. I just think it looks not great for Spirit. Then you got Sybil, James, 2 legendary outfits for Cheryl, and then you have Cheryl. You have Pharaoh Eddie at the top of C tier as well. Again, it's really just this low because it is not fitting for the Doctor at all. Why is a mummy using electricity? It makes no sense, period. It's not fitting for it whatsoever. Like, there's so many other characters that could have gotten the Pharaoh and it'd be fitting for. Not the Doctor. In B tier, you have Stranger Eddie, you have Ellen Ripley, the Jabberwock, the Looksee, you have Carlos, you have the Xenomorph clone, you have Rain, Rose, Jonathan, Claire, Yoichi, Tubaro, you have Mr. Scratch, I think it was, I already forgot. You have Nemesis, Michael, Ripley 8, Soma, Nancy, Alyssa, Sheva, Nicolas Cage, Alan Wake, Trevor, Richter, and then you have Saga. These are all ones that I think they're just fine. You know, they're either fine or they're teetering on C tier. You know, skins I just think they're okay. You know, and then you have A tier, which I think are pretty accurate. There's a few things that are holding them back, and looking at this now, I kind of want to move Ace Tree up to S tier. I kind of want to do that, but I'll leave her in A tier. Like, I think, like, she's, like, the cutoff. So, in A tier, we have the Birch, we have the Juggernaut Xenomorph, we have the Xeno Queen, we have Dracula's True Form, we have the Chatterer, we have Laurie Strode, Rebecca, Ada, we have Pyramid Head, we have Armored Titan, which, you know, some people might say it deserves to be a bit higher up. Then you have the Half Spirit's Torment skin for the Dredge. You have Sadako. You have Ashy Slashy. Eddie's Tribute. You have Michonne, Maggie, Tommy, Lisa, Jill, Trevor. Why did I say Trevi? Oh, because Maggie and Tommy, probably. I just got done with a bunch of E's. Then you had Eddie's. Yeah. That makes sense. Trevor, Geralt, or Geralt, whatever you want to call him, like I said. Rick Grimes, Daryl Dixon, Eddie Munson. God, there's a lot of Eddies in this fucking game. You have the Pig, aka Amanda, Detective Tap, William Bill Overbeck, our boy Billiam, Leon S. Kennedy, and then Astri Yazar. And then we have S tier, which I think is literally fucking peak. And first up, we have the Mordeo. Great skin. Then you have Hunk. You have the Boule Artist. You have Miss Fucci. You have William Birkin. Chris Redfield, the Demogorgon, Leshen. Then you have Maria. You have Alucard, Naughty Bear, Ash Williams, Pinhead, Ken Kaneki, Riz, whatever you want to call her. You have Dracula, then you have the Grid Xenomorph, then you have regular Xenomorph, Blighted Xenomorph, the Murderous Grizzly, Albert Wesker, Vecna from Dungeons & Dragons, Glitch Trap, the Yellow Rabbit, Matthew Lillard, Springtrap, Robin Buckley, Vecna from Stranger Things, which I think is kind of crazy that there's two Vecnas now still. Which I think Vecna is like number 10 on this list. Let me check. 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, he is. Then you have Dustin Henderson, which Robin, again, by the way, highest survivor cosmetic. You have Ghostface, Steve, and Lara Croft. Then you have, Charles Leroy, if you even want to count that. If you don't want to count that, then Robin was number 10. You have Tiffany Valentine, which is the highest, not just killer cosmetic, but cosmetic in the game, being in the top 5. You have Chucky himself. Then you have Leatherface Bubba being the highest original killer. And then, she just came out, but I already think is a perfect character. You have 11, aka Jane Hopper from Stranger Things. I genuinely do think 11 is perfect. I really, truly do. And I'd be down to hear an argument saying that she's not perfect, she's mid. Because I really do think she's one of the best we've ever had. And, in my case, I think she is the best that we have gotten in terms of, a licensed character, you know? And, you know, judging from this list, Chucky was damn close. Laura was pretty good, you know, but I really don't think we've had something that, like, was just perfect since, like, maybe Bubba. Like, again, I'm teetering on making Chucky better than him. Like, I'm really close to doing it. Just because Chucky's, like, this is more of, like, something, you know, this is like a paradise for him, where Bubba, you know, I don't know. Like, I could see an argument for Bubba being a bit lower in the S tier. For me, I think he's, like, at least a top 10, personally. I think they did Bubba really well. But yeah. Anyway, this is my list. Let me know if you think anything should be, you know, placed differently, or you would rather put something at a different spot. Again, I don't know Tokyo Ghoul that well, but based off what Pibble said earlier, I decided to put Tokyo Ghoul pretty high up, just because it sounded sick. It sounded pretty accurate to the character from what I heard. So, yeah. Again, also, I don't really know anything about Alan Wake, don't know much about Silent Hill. There's quite a few franchises where it's like, you know, because they are placed somewhere low or somewhere in the middle, you can imagine I don't know the franchise all that well. But also just by how much, like, they're used and or talked about on top of that is another reason why they aren't the highest, you know. I think, again, you know, most of these characters, I think, are decent to really good, like top notch. There isn't that many where I'm like, ooh, like, they should have let these guys cook a bit more before letting these out the oven. And I'd say it's like from the halfway point of like B tier and lower, you could make that argument for it. So yeah, that's my list. Again, let me know if you disagree, because I'm up to hearing anyone else's opinions on it. But if not, yeah, this is the final list. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Possible. My button wants to actually work. There we go. Okay, and there we go. Alright. Yeah, this is my final list. Oh my gosh, we've been streaming for 6 hours and it's literally all been yapping. We haven't played a single video game. And what time is it? I was spot on. I said, knowing how much of a yapper I am, we're not going to be done till around 8. In my time, it is 7:54 p.m. About to be 7:55 in like 10 seconds. So, there we go. Wow. My throat is so sore, dude. Oh my god. I feel like I can't talk anymore. I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna end the stream because my goodness, I'm so incredibly out of it. I was gonna play some TBD, but like, man, just so burnt. Alright, let's see here. Is there something else we can do? Or like someone else we can rate out to, rather. Alright. Let me open this up. Refresh this. Wow. I do not see. Okay, never mind. I see one person online. literally only one person that I actually know. So let's raid out to them. I don't know what the fuck they're playing. This game looks weird as shit to me. But we're gonna raid out to them anyway. Yeah, we've been going on for so long. Alright. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream today. Not much happened today in terms of, like, you know, the activity feed. The only thing that happened was, you know, after our raid yesterday, I want to say, Bella, thank you to the for the shout out yesterday on your stream. But other than that, we don't really got much going on here. So I'm going to send the raid on out to... Here we go. Alright. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream today. I had a good bit of fun today. I don't know about y'all. It was fun yapping with y'all for like a solid 3 hours straight. So, yeah. But, yeah, that's going to do it for me today. I need to rest my voice because it feels like my throat is bleeding from how I've just been straight up yapping. But, yeah. Thank you guys for coming to the stream today. Love you guys. Please stay safe. And, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Thanks, Hannah. You have a good night, too.